Speak. Speak. I'll get out of the way.
Good morning. Welcome to the Tennessee Certified Trainer Committee meeting. Today is Friday, December the 17th, 2021. So we'll call the meeting to order, please. I'm going to do a roll call. Curtis Brown.
Present.
Dustin Madison. Jack Bird. Leroy Ferris.
Present.
Frank Gaddis.
Present.
Blaze Lane.
Here.
Angel Rodriguez.
Here.
Donald Gregory.
Here.
January Farrell. Present. Frank Lax.
Present.
All right, let the record show we do have a quorum and we do have 2 members absent. All right, I'd like to have, now we're going to move down to the agenda. So I'd like to have a motion to approve today's agenda.
I'll make that motion.
I second it.
Frankie.
Motion was made by Frank Lax and seconded by Curtis Brown. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. All right. Now we're going to review and adopt the minutes from the October the 29th. Everybody have an opportunity to get that?
Motion to approve.
I second it.
Okay, the motion to approve was made by Frank Lax and second by Curtis Brown. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next thing on the agenda is final discussion and updates to General Guard curriculum for the PowerPoint, and I'll turn the meeting over to Jeff Winfrey.
All right, good morning. Appreciate everybody's attendance and I'm beginning to be able to see some light at the end of the tunnel, so I think we're still headed in the right direction. Got some really good material that we have to work with. I think where we want to start this morning, Cody and I have discussed this, and we haven't, I don't think we've been over the General Guard test questions. So if we have a chance to do that today, we might do that toward the end. And we just want to make sure that we're good on that the 4 hours of General Guard presentation and the test questions. So we probably should go over those at some point in time just to make sure that they're good before we submit them to the commissioner and the assistant commissioner and everybody that needs to look at that. But for right now, I think where we'll start is with the exam for the 8 hours of classroom firearms that we're working on right now. Typically, the way I design curriculum is I want to make sure that I know what questions that we need to cover. I need to know what the questions are. That way we make sure we design curriculum and training materials to adequately cover that. So we probably need to go through this, and I've got a spot for a few extra questions that we can put in there. Jesse has already looked at this, and the copy that you all have that I gave you today has his edits out to the side. And most of these have already been, I've already fixed them. A couple of them were just typos and things like that. But then he asked about certain items that we might want to insert. And I've fixed a couple of them. I moved a few from the end of the test more to where it will be found in the presentation. And also what I will eventually do on the trainer's version or the instructor version, I will put which slide in the presentation, or if there's more than one slide, which ones apply to that question. So, if you have a lot of people that miss number 3, there'll be a note out here what slide or group of slides cover that. And so that might be something that you want to pay special attention to when you teach the class. You know that's a commonly missed question, so you want to kind of drive that point home. And the unarmed guard test has that. I just haven't gotten around to putting that information on here yet. So what I would like to do is just right now just go through this test and make sure you all are comfortable with the question and the answer. And there's a few places where we need to add a few, and we can go ahead and do that now. So the very first question is, and these questions are, they will be in the same order, in the same alignment with the PowerPoint itself, and the section of the curriculum that we're going over, they'll all fall in line with that. So that just makes good sense, I think, for the instructor. And also it will coincide with the outline. And again, I see when we get finished with this, the instructor will have that outline, and then they'll have the test, and they'll have the training materials, and then whether they choose to do a PowerPoint or whether they choose to just lecture or whether they use props, whatever they decide to do, it'll all be in the order of the outline and the PowerPoint. So number one is basically the definition of an armed security guard. And the question is taken directly from the statute. Probably copied and pasted, so if there's a mistake in it, and it's got facsimile underlined, and I don't know if I spelled that wrong.
I in it.
I probably didn't copy and paste it. I probably did that, so. That one?
Right at the end.
LIE.
Yeah, LIE. It's supposed to be just LE.
How about that?
There you go.
That did good.
Getting the state.
All right, everybody good with that? You know, we're talking about armed guards, so we really need to know what one is according to the law. Number two, and I've already changed this one. I had a bunch of statutes listed there, and Jesse asked that, you know, we maybe do something a little bit different. So, and this, of course, is not etched in stone, so we can still change it very easily. In Tennessee, what gives security guards the authority to carry firearms? And again, I had the specific statute there, but I changed it to according to his recommendation, and we have choices. And of course, a lot of people think that the concealed carry permits may or may not have something to do with being a security guard, and it's not. It's absolutely totally unrelated. So the answer there, I've got the PPS Armed Guard statute, which
I think we could put it as
answer.
just to make sure. Yeah.
Spell it out.
I just, when I put it in the note, I was just
Okay.
ending it. No, you're fine. I just.
About that. Oh. I can type. It's slow, but all right.
Too many S's.
Oh. have a tendency to do. All right. Then the next one, the list of approved firearm calibers. And of course, I had a bunch of statutes there, and then I had the rule number. And so I sort of changed that to kind of go along with number 2. And as you all know, that's defined specifically in the rule. Jesse, you want me to put private protective services there?
Yes.
And of course, that is the rule, and the specifically where in the rule it's found.
There's no issue.
And we made a big deal about this one, number 4, in the presentation, that the commissioner does not authorize rifles. So, because it's pretty important, we made it a test question. Number 5, I sort of changed the way that, based on Jesse's recommendation. And I said, according to the rule, which of the following is not considered a non-lethal weapon? And the answer is handcuffs. Six, an applicant for armed security guard can work on what kind of post while carrying a copy of his or her application summary and online payment summary on the person. But the applicant cannot carry a weapon under any circumstances unless he or she has a blank registration card on his or her person. Well, the answer there is B, unarmed and armed. That's another question that we get a lot of questions about that. People will call and ask about that. So I'm assuming you guys get the same kind of questions. All right, number 7, it is permissible by law for an armed security guard or officer to carry a weapon if he has a valid Tennessee handgun carry permit until he or she receives the valid armed guard registration card, and that's false. That's another one that gets a lot of questions. A lot of people think they've got that armed guard or that concealed carry card, that it lets them do something special, and with us it does not. Number 8, an experienced person is able to mentally justify deadly force in a complex situation in less than 1 second. And the answer to that is true, and that came from the statistics that Blaze had contributed, and he has since contributed some origins and sources of that we can. I'll go back and modify the presentation to include that, just so that if somebody wants to know, well, who said that? Where'd that come from? We didn't just make it up. Number 9, most deadly force situations involving the discharge of a firearm takes place at what distance? And it's actually just a few feet, but the answer here is between 5 and 10 feet. I think it was 6 feet. Or 3 feet.
It's plus or minus 6 feet as general, but it depends where you're looking, because if you're looking at police shootings versus civilian shootings, it's going to be different. Civilian shooting data is also harder to get because there's not as much reporting. So the statistics and sites that I showed were from a specific trainer who taught classes and asked all of his students, and so they're based on his students, the percentage of students that actually got into real gunfights.
And like I said, that he sent me that information, and I will insert that into the presentation. Again, if somebody in the class wants to know, where'd you get this from? Did you just make that up? Sounds good. No, it actually came from a source. So, but there is a slide that covers that, so I'll make sure that it's correct. Typical accuracy in a deadly force gunfight is 17%. The average time, and this one, Jesse made a comment, it said a verage. I had a space in there, so I've already fixed that. Average time it takes a shooter to draw from a level 1 security holster is 1.71 seconds. If those of you are familiar with Jerry, and I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
Mitchell.
Yeah. That guy is amazing with a firearm. He can do that in 0.7 of a second, I think. And he can also hit his target when he fires. That's important too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry, but why do they need to know that question? Answer. Can y'all explain it to me? Person you're training.
As far as the test question, or as far as just general knowledge?
Well, as a test, why? Is that something you're teaching? You draw your gun from your holster, so they're gonna practice speed drawing?
It's not so much as seconds. Your holster.
They're gonna miss that question 90% of the time.
So that is not. So I put all that in there when I'm teaching my classes. It's not something I test them on by any means. But the point of it, in a larger perspective, is if the entire self-defense shooting situation, statistically speaking across the board, happens in approximately 3.4 seconds, and you are out there as a guard, and you have in your head that when you go to the range and you take about 3 seconds to take a shot, that you are good, you are doing yourself a disservice. We are setting a standard that they should be striving to achieve for, and that's where these metrics come in.
so in other words, if you
Refer to the committee, but
in other words, if you take too long to draw and fire, you're already dead.
well, duh.
You don't want the question in there, we can take it out.
I
But
defer to the committee. I mean, that's what we're here for, to ask questions.
How-
Is the student going to ask these questions?
So it's not to get.
Yeah, I mean, this is quick draw McGraw stuff here.
We don't need them doing that.
That's unsafe advice.
It's good information to know, but it's not something that
Yeah. Testing them
I've never
on
tested
the
my people
testing
on it.
testing them on the specific numbers may drive them to look at it as a goal versus the larger philosophy of here's what you're trying to achieve.
I mean, I think the philosophy is important because I used to have people that, when I'd give the command to fire, they'd draw and they'd get back there and they'd make sure they were getting the rounds, right in the spot. Well, that's not going to happen in an actual live situation where you've got somebody.
But a no more than or less than
Whatever you think.
I mean, come on.
If I could just offer,
Yeah.
with security, and I agree, when we're having them fire for qualification, gunfight, you're firing under time. I think the idea behind telling people how quick this goes might. Like you mentioned, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
so I like the idea of just mentioning to them how long it takes, because I do tell my students, it says, you're not shooting under time, so I want accuracy and safety. But the real deal, though, if they're really getting involved in the gunfight, how fast they get that gun out of that holster and get it on target and press that trigger and get course, the most important thing.
And my point is, if we don't teach that, then we are very remiss if we don't teach that. Now, how we want, whether we even want to ask the question or or how we want to ask it, but as Mr. Gregory just pointed out, you can't miss fast enough, so you've got to be able to hit. But I've seen people, I've had officers that I was training that give the command to fire. They cannot get their weapon out of a level 2 security holster. And if you don't do it the way you've been trained, when you get through, you'll have your belt pulled up around your neck and you still won't have the gun out. So if you don't.
Okay, so I'm a misunderstood. I thought I'm going to a trainer.
Same thing we was taught in the highway patrol. You got certain 5 to 10 seconds. I mean, varies.
Okay, I refer to the.
So getting to the philosophy, what I teach is, yes, this is the stuff. But again, like I said in my email to you, Jeff, a lot of what I teach is just me talking. I don't teach from a PowerPoint, so I don't have anything to copy and paste to you. But in the larger sense, I teach them that these are kind of the standards based on statistics of all real world shootings. So if you do not practice, you will never rise to the occasion. That doesn't happen. You will always fall to your most basic level of training. And then I express upon them that your accuracy is not just important because you obviously need to be good and fast so you survive, but it's more of a larger sense that I may be out in public with my family. And then you are a guard that I am passing through to say that if something happens and you pull your weapon and fire, you better not hit me or my kids. And so that's the larger sense of what we're trying to accomplish with all this.
Another thing that you already pointed out, if the average gunfight is 3.5 seconds, and you're spending half that amount of time trying to get your gun out. So half the amount of time that normally would lapse has occurred, and you're still in the holster. And you're not going to defend anybody if you're still in the holster. If it's has risen to that.
Are these the standards you hold a police officer to? They have to do this?
Yes.
Carrying a weapon.
They're not police officer. You're not here to teach them how to kill somebody.
Yes, we're here to train them not to kill somebody. More specifically, not an innocent person. That's why we hold them to the standards of both time and accuracy. So that way, in the moment, when they panic and they pull it out as fast as possible and they start shooting as fast as possible because they're scared, because they haven't trained, because they've been given a false sense of security, then you know who's going to pay the ultimate price. It's not that guard. It's that innocent person that gets hit. But all because we decided in this moment to not hold them to the same standards as a police officer who's out there holding a gun in public. This is not an exercise of the Second Amendment. Correct.
Carrying a
Let's go to the
gun,
next question.
carrying a gun is the same for everybody.
For everybody.
But the training is not. A police officer has his adrenaline flowing when he pulls his gun.
So does the
So does
security guard.
everybody
So does a
else.
security guard.
He has hours and hours and hours of training to know what to do when that adrenaline kicks in. What's this guy got? 8, 6?
That's why we need to be teaching it.
what we need to be teaching is 40 hours or 200 hours or
I
something.
agree.
You're right there. It should be more than 16 hours. I agree with it. And more than 50 rounds of shooting a gun.
Thank
50 rounds.
you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what I've been pushing for years. And I've even tried to get the academy. Like the question?
Maybe this question, the wording of it is confusing. Would it be better as a true false to say true or false? The average time it takes a shooter to draw from a level security 1 holster is less than 2 seconds. Is that a better question?
I even add not just presenting, but making the first shot. I mean, because getting it out doesn't mean anything till you made the first shot.
Well, I mean, if we're really going into it, it's 0.87 seconds to mentally justify it. Then 1.7 after that to get it out of the holster. You're looking at over 2.5 seconds before you even make that first shot. Because this is not like trick shooting where you're waiting for a beep and that's your standard. You have to mentally justify, then draw. So all of this, I think we're getting into the weeds. What the test question says, I mean, reword it, take it out, I don't really care. But what we should be training them is to a real world standard. And a standard is a standard. I don't care who you are. We're not teaching them to arrest, do an investigation. So no, we're not training police officers, but we are training them to be responsible citizens with a gun out in the world.
The question says the average time it takes a shooter to draw from a level 1 security holster is. Doesn't talk about shooting. It doesn't talk about, it just has, how long does it take to get your holster out of the gun? I think Counselor's right. I think that it needs to be a true and false, maybe add less than 3 seconds, 2 seconds, whatever. Because all of those times, I think they're just going to constantly miss those questions.
And I think that's a good point. We don't want to confuse. And I think we can keep the standard
They'll
right.
be looking more on time. They'll be looking more on looking to trying to get it out here at a certain time instead of just trying to get it out to defend themselves and to defend the innocent bystanders.
I think that still keeps it so they understand that it's a very you need to get it out quick. That's the goal.
The analogy that Jeffrey was talking about was, getting it out of the holster instead of trying to pull your duty belt up under your armpit. Yeah, so.
Again, you've got to look at the least common denominator. I mean, obviously, we're going to have some guards that are IDPA nuts, shoot every Friday night, things like that. But for the vast majority, no, most of them have never even seen or messed with a gun. So we have to look at the least common denominator on this.
You know what? You get the same thing with police officers. I've been there and trained them. When did you shoot your gun the last time? The last time we qualified.
Yeah.
Let's hope that's the answer.
So. All right, so is that better? Average time it takes a shooter to draw is less than 2 seconds, true?
Yeah. It is good.
That's better. Okay, this side of the room. All right, is that better?
Oh yeah, as far as the question is concerned, I'm fine with whatever the question you want it to be. Mine is just, what are we teaching? What are we holding these people accountable to?
Okay, the best way to not get shot in a deadly force gunfight is to, and the answer is B, move toward cover or concealment while returning fire. And that's covered in the PowerPoint. If you stand still, and the statistics are there, whatever it came up with, you're 50 or 60% likely to get shot if you stand still. And that moves to about 20 or 30% if you're moving. So, number 13, in every difficult or hostile situation that could lead toward deadly force, what is the most important force focus and objective? And that answer is de-escalation. And I think we hammered that home. As I mentioned, it's mentioned several times. Okay, before you can justify deadly force, you must be able to prove you had a blank possibility of death or imminent danger posed to yourself or a third person. And the answer there is reasonable. And that's pretty much from the statutes and the court, Supreme Court rulings. They use that term, reasonable. Number 15, even though an armed security guard may be justified in the use of deadly force against an offender, any other result, such as a death or injury to an innocent bystander, can result in criminal and/or civil charges against the security guard, the contract security company, and the client. And the answer to that is true. A landmark court case, Tennessee versus Garner, changed the deadly force policies across the nation. Prior to this incident, most policies allowed the use of deadly force to effect an arrest. If after the notice of intention to arrest, the defendant either flees or forcibly resists, the officer may use all means necessary to effect the arrest. Ultimately, U.S. Supreme Court ruled in favor of the defendant. What was missing in this incident that supported this ruling? And the answer is B and C. The reasonable possibility that the fleeing suspect was a danger to the officer or the public. And C, apprehension by the use of deadly force is a seizure subject to the Fourth Amendment's reasonableness requirement. That one? It's kind of wordy, but it's important. It's number 17, according to the Tennessee Attorney General opinion, number 0318, dated February 19, 2003, regarding arrest. A security guard or officer, armed or unarmed, may make an arrest, but only as what? A private citizen. A detainment becomes an arrest when, and that is again according to what the statutes have indicated. Although there's some gray area in there, but for the most part, if you tell somebody you're about to arrest them, that of course is an arrest. And when the person being arrested is actually under control and will of the person making the arrest, so like when you put handcuffs on them, that's pretty much an arrest. So it would be both A and B. Frankie, you're looking at me funny. What's your thoughts on that? Complicated? Worded badly?
I'm not
It's 27 minutes.
What's that?
As a trainer teaching, you can arrest them for 20.
There's one teaching that?
Correct.
Yeah, I got written testimony.
Do you know where he got
But
that
if
from?
you have a person
I was
that
just
you
curious
have,
if he said,
if you're a security officer and you've witnessed a criminal act, or you're maintaining the control of that person waiting on law enforcement and they're combative, I mean, you have to holding that person for law enforcement. I mean, that's the purpose of using mechanical restraint, so that person doesn't hurt you or you hurt that person until law enforcement gets there. Once law enforcement gets there, they take over. So, I know that some say, case, if you take somebody's freedom away, they're actually under arrest, right, counselor?
well, and that always depends too, the difference between law enforcement and a private citizen. When a law enforcement officer takes away your freedom, it's a little bit different than if a security guard gives you the apprehension that they're taking away your freedom, or they actually do take away your freedom. But I think that goes back to if you're taking a step that basically has the intention of putting them in custody, it's going to be an arrest, more likely than not.
Frank, what was you talking about with the 27-minute?
It's
That was,
it's not
there's
really a joke,
another,
it's what's been going on.
there's another instructor doing that. But
So regarding this question, so yesterday I was at Centennial Hospital teaching a class on CPI, and a security guard arrested an individual for beating the living snot out of a nurse. Metro showed up, did do a misdemeanor citation, and they uncuffed him and said, "You're free to go."
is in lieu of
Yeah,
an
they didn't,
arrest.
they didn't do that.
But it's still an arrest. It's
Yeah.
by the law. Misdemeanor citation is still an arrest. They still
Right.
have to go voluntarily booked. They're charged. It's probably still the wrong thing, but still they were arrested. They just didn't take them in.
He didn't write nothing.
The criminal summons for him to appear for booking later or whatever.
People don't
right?
put people in jail no more.
I mean, I think the question's reasonable. I'm not, yeah.
Yeah.
On. Number 19, if a security guard makes an arrest and transports the arrested person in the security guard's personal vehicle, wrecks and injures the arrested person on the way to the jail or magistrate, what may happen?
Oh, these days you may get a bonus. I don't know. Cost saving.
Well,
New
the
truck,
answers,
I mean-
the answers that I provided, criminal, civil liability, liability that may extend to the contract security company and client, or all the above. And the answer is all the above.
Could you have individual criminal?
It's a good idea.
And also up in the question where it says security guards personal, change person to personal.
About that, individual criminal liability, individual civil liability, and liability that may extend to the contract security company and client. All the above. All right.
Almost called kidnapping, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's if it's deemed later a false arrest, then it can be that if you did it and you weren't justified in it, then it becomes kidnapping. And false arrest. You know, we've talked about this before. You know, a police officer does have special authority to arrest. However, they are held to a higher standard because if they do arrest and they weren't justified in doing so, they can be charged with a violation of civil rights under the color of authority. So they do have special powers, but you know it's sort of like in the Bible. You know what's if much is given, much is expected. Well, that's the way it works here. You got these special powers, but then you're subject to a higher authority at that point for having that special power, and you don't have that as a security guard. Number 20, this particular statute, I've got it worded here, 6235 120B requires the security guard to provide written notice to the commissioner for any arrest other than minor traffic offenses within, and the answer is 30 days. Everybody good with that?
How come some places you got security guards like?
I can go back and change that. I typically mean to put security guard / officer everywhere. But I'll go back and in several places. Number 21, a security guard will safeguard both him or herself, the contract security company, and the client by doing what? Observe, report, and deter. And the answer is all the above.
You got like
For the purpose of security guards, the Castle Doctrine provides answers are A and B. Protection for anyone having the legal right to be in a dwelling, business, or vehicle. Justification for deadly force for a reasonable and founded belief of imminent danger of death and serious bodily injury. Everybody good with that? I know we had a lot of discussion on whether or not we ought to even mention the Castle Doctrine, but I think it was Leroy that pointed out that, you know, it is extended to a business in a lot of cases. If you have the authority to be there. All right, so here's a place to add some questions. So we do need a few more questions to go in there. I did move some questions, and I haven't changed it on the exam yet.
Mr. Winfrey,
Changed it in the PowerPoint presentation.
I'd like to make one suggestion based
Okay.
on what we've seen so far in the test. Defense of a third person, I think we should cover that in here as well.
So for right now, I'm just going to put it right here. And what do you think it should say?
I think it should go along with the statute, 3911-612. Go through some of it in the pre.
Okay. So in the defense of a third person, what?
I think the statute says something, don't quote me here, that you can use deadly force to defend the third person, essentially if you would be able to defend yourself in that same situation. So all three things must be available to that person. So they have to have an imminent fear of death or serious bodily injury and the reasonable belief that their life is in danger.
Copy those answers, maybe?
I'll shoot. I think we could work.
Okay.
Sorry.
What is the statute? $3911 what?
612.
612? All right. Maybe before we leave today, we can work on that and get that exactly like we want it.
I don't know if you think it's a good idea, but one of the things that I always like to impress on with the defense of a third person is the making sure they understand that there's a distinct lack of a law requiring you to save someone else's life. And I just reiterate that if you do act in third-party defense, that you do so 100% willingly, voluntarily, without coercion, and therefore you are personally responsible for every decision you make. So you better be right. As the handgun carrier permit class says, if you're not intimately involved, sometimes it's best to just become the best witness.
I'm just gonna make those notes there, just we can go back and clean that up a little bit.
I think it'd be good to add right after that, that's in the same line, 3911-621, use of force by a private citizen. That's also just, it kind of puts the nail on the head exactly what Blaze was saying.
Is that 6 what?
3911-621.
Okay.
We covered in the general trainings, but I thought this would be an appropriate place for it.
Let's just remember, we'll go back and work like that.
And Ms. Winfrey, I hate to keep, I know we're trying to get questions in here, so I had a few suggestions I'd looked at prior to the meeting. Is there anywhere in here where we discuss impersonation of a licensed professional? Because I think that's something we talk about with the difference between the uniforms of an unarmed guard and an armed guard. Armed guards are more likely to be in the hard military police style uniforms than the unarmed guards are. So I think that'd be something good to cover both in the curriculum and on the test as well.
Okay.
And that's statute.
I think I'm certain there's some slides in the curriculum, but I don't really recall do you recall a test question talking about that?
I don't know.
So it'd probably be a good place to add one here. So,
Statutes 39, 16, 302.
$39, 16, what, 302?
302, yes, sir.
Even in, I don't know that one is quoted in the presentation. I have to go back and look, but I do know that we have 62, 35, 127, and 128. I know we've covered it, and it talks a lot about it in those two. All right. Anything else in that
I
section?
think Blaze has brought it up a couple times, and I think it'd be nice to bring up is that reckless injury of a third person that really needs to be hammered home as well.
You want to just make sure that's in the presentation and a test question?
I think it should be a test question, yes, sir. And essentially what we're trying to teach is that if you're not sure, don't shoot. The bad guys don't have a duty to not pay attention to what's in the background, and the good guys do.
Mr. Winfrey, question 23. I'm trying to understand this question.
Question what?
Number 23.
23, okay.
Okay. In the defense of a third person, deadly force can only be used. There is no law that requires protection of a third party. So law enforcement has a duty to protect the third person. Am I correct?
No, they do not.
Yeah, as far as I
Then
know,
what,
yes.
then what are they supposed to be
It's a moral
doing?
obligation.
I mean, they're protect and serve the public.
Yes, but the Senate has upheld twice now that there's no constitutional obligation for them to protect a third party. Also, we're not training police or security guards, so we need to make
I'm
sure they
trying to
understand.
make a point with my statement. The handgun permit training, we say that you have a right to step in and protect a third person, but you're not obligated. Is that correct? Is that correct?
You have a right as
have a
long
right.
as you are correct in what you're doing.
Okay. So if we are gun for hire, so to speak, as a security officer, and we're getting paid to protect a client, a bank, and then we have this question, there's no law requires you protect a third party. I mean, this is what security does, is protect, and we're hired to do that. But this is a little confusing to me.
They need to understand that what we try to teach is that they need to understand that that third person needs to be in the same situation as if their own life was in that level of danger. That it's
Yes, they have to be in fear of serious bodily injury or death for that,
Exactly.
for the person to step in and do something to stop it. But that question there kind of says There's no
Well,
law or
I
anything
think
for you
I
to,
think we're trying to really drill down and help them to understand and clear up that confusion. So it's up to us to clear that up. So I agree that
and these security officers do not have law degrees.
I understand that, and that's why we need to be teaching them the exact thing they need to know, because they don't have a law degree. And if we don't train them correctly and they mess up, then who are they going to blame?
This question is designed to make people become thinkers before shooters.
I agree. I mean, that's what we're trying to do. So maybe right now it doesn't sound like that. So it's our job to fix that question to make it say and sound exactly the way we need it to. So, and that's why I've highlighted it in red now so we can come back and make sure we do that. So y'all be thinking about exactly what it is we're trying to say and how we're trying to say it, and we'll make sure we say it.
Well, and maybe I think what you're asking, though, when you're saying the duty to protect your client, that's a contractual duty. So if you hire someone to provide security and they don't protect you, they don't protect your inventory, whatever they're being hired to protect, they could be sued for breach of contract. That'd be civil liability, though. So maybe adding a question there talking about, and I don't know if it necessarily makes sense for the armed guard training. Maybe that's something we do for unarmed, because since we'll both kind of go over it. But there's
I agree,
kind of two different
Counselor,
things.
it's a policy, it is a contractual thing.
Right.
But when you put stuff in there like that, it's kind of like,
Well, that doesn't have to, I just put that in
what
there
I'm saying
as
is,
a reminder.
you're saying, well, a test question, I don't have to do anything, I'm just here, I'm a Barbie doll.
I see that, and I think that maybe
Yeah.
the question could be changed in the wording.
Yes, the wording needs to be clarified. It needs to be stated to the point where it's saying, other than protecting client or contractual protection of a third party is not authorized. But it needs to be put in there. If it's just a private John citizen that's just walking down the street, as opposed to you being on your post, it's two different things. We don't leave our post to go out and protect somebody else because we're not police officers. That's their job to go and do that. Our job is to protect the assets and the employees of the post that we are guarding. So it needs to clarify that. That cuts down on a lot of the confusion. It'll give them a choice, to protect the client's assets and property as opposed to a private citizen.
I've
think it'd
made
be-
that point in, I think, the unarmed training. I know I did.
Yeah, you did.
Where it says, if you're on your post and somebody takes off running, they steal something, take off running, and you go jump on their car and go down, the street beating them in the side of the head, what have you done? Well, number one, you've abandoned your post. And so, and once you leave that post, your authority ended when you left that property. So I think we pointed that out reasonably well in the presentation and the test question. If we need to reiterate it here, the only difference here is you're going to be wearing a gun,
Right.
and you may think that jumping on the car and beating him in the side of the head with your gun might be something you ought to do.
In the general training curriculum, it was in slides 292 was defense of a third person. And we put the statute in there just the way it says it in the statute. And what my point was from the beginning is we're talking about unarmed guards with the general training. It needs to be a test question with armed guards. And then the very next slide, and it kind of speaks to what he was just saying, the very next slide in the general presentation, slide 293, is protection of a third person's property. I think those two things are especially important to hit on when we talk about someone who's unarmed versus someone who's armed.
Protection of property as a contractual obligation and protection of a site is one thing. Whenever you're claiming self-defense, it's easy for you to speak on your behalf of your justification. I was in fear for my life. This question 23, what I am trying to portray is before you go protect someone else, you have to be able to articulate their level of fear just as well as you'd be your own. So don't just go in and shoot, because we're talking about a gun now. We're not just talking about protection. We're not talking about exercising, your verbal commands or anything like that. We're talking about taking a person's life. You absolutely need to be certain. And that's what I'm trying to get at here.
Those slide numbers again, so I can just,
Yes, sir. It's slide 292 in the general training, and the statute is 3911-612, defense of a third person. And then the very next slide, 293, 3911-615, protection of a third person's property. Honestly, I don't mean to keep adding things on, Mr. Winfrey, but the very next slide after that is 294, which is 3911-621, which is use of force by a private citizen, which they need to understand too, that even though they're a security officer, what's their authority? That they're using their authority as a private citizen.
what was that, 3911 what?
3911-621,
Okay.
use of deadly force by a private citizen.
That'll give us some direction to go back and look, and that way we can just reproduce what we need to and not recreate a wheel. So,
Wait, we're ready to take a break.
yeah, do we need a break?
Since I'm on a roll, we're going to move to 26. There's only one thing that you remember in gun safety. I mean, what I teach and have for years, safety on, safety off, safety on, safety off with your finger on the trigger. You're saying muscle control? Is that correct answer? I disagree. I disagree totally. And we're going to go inside and check a house and have the muzzle pointed up or down. I mean, the most important rule in gun safety is keeping your finger off the trigger to ready to shoot. That's safety on, safety off. Safety on, safety off.
The way I've
Muzzle
always,
control.
the way I've always gone with
Disagree.
that, if you forget every rule in the book, if you can remember the muzzle control, you'll never hurt yourself or anybody else.
I've always said the most important gun safety rule is keep your finger off the trigger to ready to shoot. Safety on, safety off.
If I'm your instructor and you point your gun at me and you don't have your finger on the trigger and you don't have the safety off, about the second time that happens, you're out, because you're not going to point your gun at me and under any
But
circumstance.
the question says if there's only one thing you remember, the gun's not going to fire if you got the finger off the trigger. You're saying if there's only one rule. I'm not saying point your gun at anybody. I'm just
But
saying
that's
that
what I'm saying. If you can only remember one, if you'll make sure that muzzle is never pointed at anybody that you don't intend to shoot, you'll never hurt somebody. You'll never hurt yourself, anybody else.
And this would be a question for Mr. Gentry. and correct me-
Unpopular opinion, just real quick. If your finger's on the trigger and it's pointed in, let's say, not a person, but that bullet happens to ricochet, I wouldn't go use the word never, because there's still that potential chance. However, whether the gun's pointed at a person or not a person and the finger's off the trigger, there is zero chance that there could be a ricochet or anything else like that. So I would say both.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, wouldn't that be A and B? Yeah.
Which is the least important, and you said unload when not in use. Because if you're saying safety on, safety off, and finger off the trigger, kind of as both being the top things, and some people are saying muzzle control, I mean, it would seem like unload when not in use, or some type of other maintenance issue maybe. Which one is not an important or the least important?
I don't even want to downplay that. What I would rather say is, what are the 3 fundamental safety rules? And then you list them all out, and only one of them has the proper 3.
Yeah. I was about to say, speaking as somebody who's patched up a number of bullet holes, muzzle control is one thing, but it probably would have gotten shot had the finger been off the trigger.
Safety on, safety off, safety on, safety off. I drill it and drill it with people. The gun's not gonna fire unless your finger's on the trigger.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that's what I was leading to, is with today's technology, if you laser someone right now, is that considered assault?
Could be.
And that's where I was going with this,
He's
is,
referring
that's
to
why,
if you have your weapon out and you take the laser and you're on the chest, but people can buy the lasers on their key rings now and do lasers.
that's my point of why muzzle control is the most important. And I'll just leave it at that.
Good question.
Great question.
What do you want it to say?
Someone had suggested doing 3 and 1. I think maybe that was Blaze Lane. Saying which 3 are the most important, and having like A, muzzle control, finger off the trigger, safety on. Maybe B, finger off the trigger, keep it unloaded, or keep it in a safe.
Yeah.
Or you have those ancillary ones. Always be aware of your target and surroundings.
Right.
Never point it at a thing you are not willing to destroy.
Yeah, you're responsible for the bullet no matter where it goes, or something like that. But to say that muzzle control is the correct answer and B is not, that is,
That's going to get people hurt.
yeah.
You'll never shoot anything that the muzzle is not pointed at.
Never shoot anything if your finger's off the trigger.
Could we
So, I mean, we can
reword the
debate that all
question
day.
to where
And right.
we have all 3 of those, A, B, and C, and then all of the above at the bottom? Could we do that? Because we can go back and forth on what's most important. They're all important.
Right. That's probably the best way to do it. Maybe that's the easiest to do, is all the above.
We could reword the question so that D is all the above.
About that.
I overcomplicate and say,
Not all
do
guns
all
have
guns?
safety.
We really deep to it.
I mean, most handguns that people carry do not have safeties today.
Right,
other
a
than passive safety.
Glock
They'll
is a
have passive
perfect
safeties.
example, and you
So
do need to keep
C
your
would
finger
simply
off the
be
trigger.
unloaded until ready for use.
All right, so
The question
you
needs-
you want it to be all of the above, and what do you want the choices to be?
I agree. I think the safety on is he makes a good point. Most guns don't have safeties anymore.
That's what,
Passive safety,
Yeah.
active safety.
Yeah.
Safe action trigger, I mean,
Safety, sir.
I always tell my students, you have 2 safeties, this and this. If this is working, the booger hook stays off the bang bang switch.
There's been
This is
a
your safety
million,
right
at
here.
least 1 million people in the state of Tennessee that's been taught that a safety is a mechanical device that may fail,
It
and to
is.
not rely on it. So
exactly.
I'm not
yeah, I
big
think
on
C
it.
needs to be replaced, but I don't know what with. But
Well, if we're going to leave it up there the way it is, then it should just be A and B. Now, if we're going to replace C, then and put something up there that corresponds with those
What do
other
you- what do
2,
you-
then it would be
don't
all
tell
of
me
the
what you
above.
want it to be. I'm ready to type it.
Keep the gun unloaded until ready.
There you go. And all of the above.
That, to me, obviously they have a defensive tool. If they're going to work, their guns should be loaded and ready to use. That's what
Yeah.
loaded and ready to use means. It doesn't mean, so I think that's a poor thing to put in with those 2, because the security officers should load their gun before they go to work. It should be loaded and ready to use as a defensive tool.
I've always had a problem with that too, because, you
Yeah.
know, in teaching law enforcement,
Yeah.
telling them to unload their gun is just, that's not gonna happen.
If it's
Always
always
add
ready
is-
for use, then it's always loaded.
It's ready to use as a defensive tool, so it should be loaded and ready to go when they're.
It'd be kinda like this ink pen without a ink thing in the middle of it.
The way I teach it is my self-defense gun, my concealed carry, is never unloaded because it's always ready for use. However, I have a safe with a ton of guns. Don't come to my house. But those, the ones that I use for range or competition shooting, when I leave them in the safe, they're typically unloaded.
Well, I'm the same way. I've got all kinds that are not loaded, but I've got some that are. That's just the way it is. So when you get into law enforcement and security, some of these things about a loaded versus an unloaded weapon, it's really hard to separate them.
Ask for, everybody likes the finger off the trigger, but could we add until we're on target and ready to shoot? Because that's the same as safety off, safety on, I think.
What did you
Finger
say,
off the
Leroy?
finger off the
Fingers
trigger
off the trigger
until we
you're
have
on
made the
target and
conscious
ready
decision
use.
to shoot.
Then, when you come out of the holster, I don't teach to put your finger on the trigger until you go toward the target. So
That makes
till
no
you
more
decided
sense.
to shoot. Your finger should not go on the trigger until
Till you're
you
ready to
decided
shoot.
to
Yeah.
Decided
Yeah.
to shoot.
Yeah.
How about that? Finger off the
Otherwise, you
trigger
wouldn't be
until
taking
on
your gun
target and
out.
ready to fire.
I'm with you. Good. We're good.
Now, what about that one? I would probably prefer to see something else there besides that.
What about knowing your target and what lies beyond it?
Nailed it. Let's do it.
We're financially responsible for the bullet no matter where it goes, or something, yeah. Civilly or criminally responsible for the bullet no matter where it goes.
Put a slash. You are responsible for every round you fire. Back anything else in this question?
Hope not. They'll be there all day reading it.
Well, we do have to go over this and make sure, I mean, we want to make sure that what we put out of this committee, we don't want somebody else to look at it and say, well, what were these idiots thinking when they wrote that?
They're gonna say it anyway.
When they look at
That may
that
happen.
question, it's going to go, that's the NRA basic.
That may happen, but that's okay as long as we agree on what we've come up with. All right, ready to move to the next?
Yeah, how long is it gonna take them to take this test? How long should it be?
Idea. Some
How
people,
long do y'all give them to take this test?
Until they're done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
there's some people going to do this in just a few minutes, and there's some that's going to take an hour. or
I
two.
try to wrap them up at an hour. I try.
Well, I mean, you can
Don't rush.
gently persuade them, but I mean, it is not possible to determine, because,
Everybody's
I mean, you deal with everybody. You deal with both ends of the class of your bell-shaped curve. What's that?
The last guy
He knows he's going to be the last guy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And some people are very self-conscious about that. Some don't give a flip. It's just going to take them a long time, and they know that. They'll tell you up front. I read slow. I go through this real careful, whatever. So you just have to give them.
Motion for a break.
Second.
Let's do this last one, then we'll break, because it's the last one on the page.
Oh, we're gonna debate that one too, so.
Well, there again, if you pick up your gun and point it toward me,
I'm going to.
I'm done with you.
Yeah, you're infected. I'm going to shoot
Pointed
you.
at me, I'm gonna shoot you.
It's a gun.
Exactly. I will drop you where you stand.
I tell mine when they get on that firing range, you turn around with the aim that muzzle at me, I'm gonna drop you where you stand.
Body bag.
Okay, are we ready to take a break?
Yes, please.
All right. Break at 10:23 for, let's say, for 10 minutes.
Seconded.
Thank. I did want to go on record and thank Angel Rodriguez for bringing breakfast this morning again. We certainly
thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Angel.
Oh, my God.
I missed that. What did I miss?
It'd be nice if you had gravy.
Oh, yeah. Well, can't have everything, Frank.
I know, it's America, you go figure. Oh, man.
All right, so we left off. We finished number 26, and then we started number 27. So maybe there's some debate on that. So when you first pick up a gun, what's the first thing you need to do?
Take direction, because you can't do the other until you've picked it up.
Now, I mean, is everybody good with this? I mean, I'm
Good.
Yes.
obviously
Correct. I like the way it's worded.
okay. Good, good.
I would feel that, because first I would have said. Or said that now, Kurt. But that would be my end.
But that's the whole point. You want to safety is a mindset. So the first, you want to always be thinking. The first thing you need to do to make sure it's safe is to have it pointed somewhere that's not going to hurt something.
So where is that at in your PowerPoint? That question.
It's in gun handling. It's in there.
All right.
It's not good. I'll tell you what,
I've had people do that.
that would be more acceptable to me than it would be if you did it and then pointed at me and blew it. Because I don't take too well to muzzles. All right, so number 28. Back to driving here. What is the safest way to make sure you're using the correct ammunition for your weapon? A says check the data stamp on the weapon, B says check the data stamp on the ammunition box, and C says check the data stamp on the cartridges. And
What is a data stamp?
it is,
It's on the cartridge head.
it's
right there by the primer.
What it actually,
Yeah.
what it is?
It's printed. It'll say 38 Special, 357 Magnum. On the, like on a Glock, you look at the side of the slide where
So that's in the presentation too? is what
Absolutely.
you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's got the arrows and points in there for them to act.
answers all the above. The term semi-automatic refers to what?
Oh, I like A.
That's a
I
fully,
like that,
yeah.
because that makes you smile if you
Since-
have one.
Since Christmas is coming up, a Glock 18 would be a real good gift, Christmas gift for me.
Question,
Hint, hint.
question 30 should be, what is a full semi-automatic?
Wait a minute, no, it says the weapon.
What did you say, Blaze?
That's the next question.
Full semi-automatic. It's a colloquial phrase used to disparage people who don't know what semi-automatic means.
Oh,
Don't worry about it.
That's actually,
well, the term semi would indicate that something is automatic and something is not. And with a semi-automatic, what's automatic is it will automatically eject and reload the next round. A full automatic will do that, plus fire the next round and unload, reload, and it keeps doing that until it runs out of ammo.
So just for those who are coming in and learning about guns, you have defined semi-automatic, but rather than defining what fully automatic means, you just wrote machine gun. Should you therefore change, which I love the fact that it says machine gun, but either A or C to say weapon automatically loads, fires, ejects, and reloads automatically with a single trigger pull?
That
I don't know, I'm just saying.
that answer better?
I would like it
That
better if it
wrong
was not
answer?
regulated by the AFT, but yes.
You're going to teach them in the presentation what semi-automatic means versus full automatic. Right, number 30, after making sure the muzzle pointed in a safe direction, what is the first step for unloading a semi-automatic weapon? The answer is to remove the magazine, because if you operate the slide with the magazine in it, if it was unloaded, it may now be loaded. 31, what does the term rifling refer to?
Yeah.
And of course, it's the grooves that are either cut or pressed into the inside of the barrel to cause the bullet to spin and stabilize in flight. Everybody good with that? It is not an Olympic sport. Although there are Olympic sports that involve rifles. All right, number 32. So what I did on these, at one time I had it. Every one was a different number, and it just adds too many. So this one is kind of a 10-point question. There was a question that came up the last time about using pictures, about copyrights and things like that. So I will go on record to say that this particular picture was taken by me of my gun, and you have my permission to use that. So I'm not going to come back and file suit or anything.
Well,
So
that looks just like mine.
you got one like that?
Yeah,
Model 22?
just like mine.
Did you paint
carry the 23.
silver highlights in the
No, I
in the?
didn't.
All
Why
right,
you
so
have a 22?
what's that?
Why you got a 22?
That's the model. It's a 40 caliber.
40 caliber. See,
If
I don't-
If you turn that around, and okay, now here's
So, well, that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm the person who does not know a thing about it.
Fix that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fix that.
See right there where it says 40?
that's a data station.
Had to your 8-hour training.
It tells you what caliber it is.
Yes, but you should always use the one on the barrel. Because I can put a conversion
Turn that one
button.
around on the other side, it's got TWRA etched into the slide on the other side. At any rate,
Did you steal their property?
no, I bought it.
It still says TWA on it?
Absolutely. Two of them
Got
says
MPD
that.
on one of my guns. I bought it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
You
bought
can keep
it.
that.
When they change
They
up,
use the trade them in or give you the option to buy. That's what we did.
They do, or if you retire from there, they'll give it to you.
yeah.
But I think this was the first one.
So the comment says F2, can we remove this? What is that referring to?
Oh, no, it was labeled on the picture.
Oh,
It said F and 2, so the answer
number
was on the
2
picture.
had the
Gotcha,
word
gotcha,
slide
gotcha.
written beside it, so I've already fixed it.
Oh, okay.
Jesse asked me if that could be fixed, and I'm like, yeah. So I've already fixed it.
Bingo free space.
So basically, those are the things that these folks are gonna need to know, because when you're teaching them, you're gonna say, use the slide stop lever or use the magazine release button, and they need to know what that is. I will say this, a long time ago, and when I was teaching hunter safety, there's a lot of confusion as to what is the front and the rear sight. A lot of people get those mixed up. So as crazy as that sounds, you really need to reiterate the fact that number one up there is the front sight, and it's on the end of the gun that the bullet comes out of.
It's at the front of the gun. It's at the front of the gun.
Yeah, right. But I just know a lot of times kids got that mixed up in hunter safety for some reason. It was a commonly missed question. All right, so basically they just label those. They just put the numbers in the blanks for what it is. Then the same thing goes with
Looks more like my gun.
with the number 33.
I would have thought when you retired TWRA, you would have gotten that gun instead of the automatic.
Well,
Cause didn't y'all carry that back in the seventies?
When I first started, they issued Model 66s and they were all shot up. They were shot out. When you stood on the range, you'd feel lead shaving off because the cylinder didn't line up perfectly with the forcing cone. So I didn't want my Model 66 that I was issued. So I bought that one and carried it, and it was mine anyway. So I did carry that for about 2 years. Same thing. I've got the parts pointed at, and you just have to label it and tell what it is. Next, we have the cartridges. Oops, went too far. And again, the data stamp, number 2 is referring to that. I've got a slide in the presentation that shows a bunch of cartridges lying beside each other, and you can really read them real well. Does anybody have a 32 ACP and a 10 millimeter round? Better picture?
I couldn't get them.
What?
I get you 10 millimeter round.
A 32 automatic.
I have one.
If you got one. I just need to get, and I'll show you the picture after a while that I did. I thought it would be kind of neat to show. As far as muzzles, I'm not sure if that's going to be very effective or not, but if we can show the ammo, that I think that would be a good picture. So basically, there again, these are my components, my stuff out of my gun safe, gun room. This is a cartridge case, primer pocket, data stamp, bullet, and powder. And then here's the primer here. So there's all the components.
What?
Just the bullet.
That's the one that.
Just the bullet. Yes. Bullet is here.
I got that, but it goes into the cartridge.
Yes, it fits in the
Into
end
the
of the
casing.
cartridge.
Casing. Yeah. All the casing is.
So the firing pin hits the primer, which is right here, and it sits right here. Firing pin hits the primer, causes a small explosion, ignites the powder. The powder pushes the bullet down the barrel.
Through the.
Here's the primer. There's a primer that's ready to go.
Oh, it's just the same thing. Okay.
Firing pin hits that primer, ignites the gunpowder, which is here, which is inside here. That explosion, it can't come back this way because there's something blocking it. So the way that it goes, it pushes the bullet out and down the barrel.
Okay, that's what just confused me, of course. I'm not going for the.
Well,
No flash.
but the thing about it is, you're going to see all this in class before you get to the
Yes.
test.
Good.
All right, number 35.
Might have to take a long class.
Firing pin strikes a primer, ignites the powder charge, but the bullet does not exit the barrel. That is number 3. That's a squib load, not enough powder. I know what happens with the next shot.
Could be a problem.
Yeah, new guns, because then you got a handheld pipe bomb. You got a barrel obstruction, and it blows the whole barrel gun up.
Lots of stitches.
B, firing pin strikes the primer, does not ignite the powder charge, gun does not fire. That would be a misfire. And Donald, you wanna tell them about this last one, the little story you told me? Firing pin strikes the primer, few second delay, powder charge ignites, and gun fires.
Yeah, I'm just sharing. You guys saw this, is on YouTube. The guy has a hang fire, goes click, and he puts his hand in front of the gun.
Oh God, he pulled a butcher.
It's bang. As I said, it's self-correcting.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it makes my hand hurt thinking about
So,
that.
so ask him about the direction of the muzzle, what's the most important at that point, because he wasn't even shooting it after that.
Fingers off trigger at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what we call a hang fire.
Yeah, and also an idiot.
Yeah.
Not an idiot.
What is it, an
For the Darwin
ID-10T?
Award.
Darwin Award.
All right, number 36, in sight alignment and sight picture, there's three major components. The human eye can only focus on one, which is the most important on which to focus.
I mean,
And the answer is front sight. 37, something you can stand behind that will stop or deflect a bullet is considered blank, while on the other hand, something you can stand behind that hides you but may still allow a bullet to pass through is what? And the correct answer is cover, will stop a bullet, concealment just hides you, will not stop a bullet, or may not. Number 38, when shooting a semi-automatic and the shooter encounters a stoppage, one of the most deadly and serious is a double feed. What order must be followed to quickly correct this? And the answer is C. First thing you've got to do is remove the magazine. Then you work the slide, vigorously clear the chamber, replace the magazine, work the slide, and charge the weapon. Do I need to put, I just left it at charge just so it wouldn't take up much room. Is that good? I mean, that's what you're going to teach in class, right? All right, number 39, an emergency reload occurs when? And the correct answer is not A, shooter needs to go to the bathroom. The correct answer is B, shooter, yeah. Yeah. B, shooter's pistol is empty and the slide is locked open on a semi-automatic. We used to place a lot of emphasis on what it feels like when the gun is empty. We'd put dummy rounds in and to teach, and that's what I'm afraid we're not going to be able to do in this, is to let people know what it feels like when their gun's empty. Because if they don't shoot very many rounds, they're not going to learn that. It's just something to think about later when we talk about that. Number 40, in the event of emergency reload, what does the shooter do with the empty magazine? The answer is to drop it on the ground. In a gunfight, an empty magazine is not important to you. More than likely, you don't have an extra box of ammo, and you're not going to get over behind something and reload that magazine, so we're going to drop it on the ground. When an armed security guard or officer charges a semi-automatic weapon, holsters it, then removes the magazine, tops it off with a round to replace the one just placed in the chamber, this is called, is this something y'all teach or something that you do? An administrative upload, I mean, it just makes sure you go out in the field with every possible available round.
So you can unload the magazine while you got it in your holster.
Yes.
Move the magazine.
Remove the magazine.
That's one thing from the
Yeah,
back.
you push the button, pull it out, top it off, and then put it back, put the
does
magazine back
anybody
in.
call it an administrative upload though? I call it topping off the magazine.
So I need to volunteer. That you can
We need to take Cody to the range.
Yes, Cody.
Yeah.
I'm teaching a class tomorrow in Greenbrier. Show up.
Oh, yeah. Greenbrier?
That's out of town.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, I have a question for you guys though. Do y'all call it an administrative upload or do y'all call it something else?
Blaze says he doesn't teach it, so
I
I
call
mean, I
it
call
top
it
off.
topping off a magazine because to me this sounds like what I do in my office at work.
Administrative load, that works.
I call it administrative load.
I mean, I'm going to tell them that we're going to top their magazine off. We're going to top it off. And then I'm going to say, we call that an administrative reload versus an emergency reload, or there's a combat reload where, you've been shooting, the shooting dies down, you stop for a minute, you're not real sure if the threat is still there
That's
or
an
not.
administrative reload, not a combat reload. So that's what I teach.
You're saying administrative reload would be,
I call the slide lock reload, combat reload, and speed reload, emergency reload. Those are all the same. An administrative reload, tactical reload, or a proactive reload are the same thing. So everybody has different terminology, but that's like.
well, I just think that we need to probably adapt something in the presentation and teach it, and just make sure that we do tell them about if they fired a couple of rounds and they're not real sure the threat's over, they can always take that magazine out and put it in their pocket and put a fresh magazine in, and they know they're fully loaded at that point. So,
Hey, off topic, I meant this earlier, we were talking about muzzle discipline and stuff. I want to talk to two guards that had this issue. You need to call them because they were the guards involved in the shooting at Smile Direct. And you think of what should be and stuff.
okay, number 42. An armed security guard or officer should only disassemble his or her firearm to what extent? Do y'all teach this in class? That you don't do anything other than beyond field stripping?
Yes.
Because Joe the gun plumber is going to have it out, and he's going to be whittling on the firing pin and the sear, and they can't do that. 43. No one is awake, alert, and oriented 24/7. Therefore, at times, a firearm can be most safely stored in what way? And the reason I emphasized most safely, there again, in the law enforcement and the security field, an unloaded firearm is not very common. It's kind of useless. But if you want to make it the most safe possible, what are you going to do? And the answer is unloaded, action locked open in a safe or a vault. It just doesn't get any safer than that. I would almost let you point the muzzle at me that way, Frankie. Almost.
He's looking at porn.
Almost.
If the action's locked open and the magazine's removed.
The lock's in there to the slide out the.
I'd prefer the lock being in there.
And there's a unloaded chamber indicator stuck in the side of it.
Yeah, I prefer all of that if you're going to point the muzzle at me. But, yeah.
And the firing pin removed.
Firing pin removed? That's even better.
Well, that's even better, but I can't tell that. I can't tell that from a glance usually. Okay, so number 44, when cleaning a firearm, after making sure the muzzle is pointed in a safe direction, what is the first step? Now, this is something that I bet a lot of people don't cover. Securing the ammunition away from the cleaning area. What happens when you have firearms and ammunition in close proximity to each other? What happens?
They always seem to meet up somehow.
The gun loading ferry comes by and puts them together.
Yes.
Excellent.
Anybody
good.
that's taught the
I'm
handgun carry
proud of
permit
y'all.
has had to teach that.
We need to be teaching that, because I know for a fact that that's not always been heavily emphasized. So, number 45, when reassembling a properly cleaned firearm, how much oil should be used?
Depends on what you got.
So,
Wait.
So that's what I put.
A what or a Ruger?
So I put just a few drops per the manufacturer's specifications, because I know that there's a lot of different things out there. You know, I trained many years with Glocks, and we use like 4 drops, and we're talking drops, not blobs. And too much oil will attract dirt and dust and unburned gunpowder and all kinds of stuff. So
High-grade axle grease.
Tech.
I had to throw in some humor there. I mean, we can put something else there if you.
Oh, I love it. It's fine. It's
Oh,
fine.
that's great.
Somebody's gonna mark that.
Yeah, somebody will. What is that machine gun? The grease gun? Somebody will say, "Well, I know somebody's got one, and that must be the answer." All right, number
Vaseline.
46. Before returning to your arm post each day, you should check your firearm to make sure it's loaded. True or false? I know some wildlife officers that their wives were gun enthusiasts and they knew how to operate their firearms. And I know of one that went off to work one day and the gun wasn't loaded because his wife had unloaded it at some point in time, because it was probably left somewhere it shouldn't have been. So that's why I think we need to teach that. You know, when you get ready to go to work, you need to make sure, because look, what do we do when we carry guns for a living and we got one on all the time? We get relaxed, don't we? We get very complacent. And if we're not careful, we will forget something as goofy as that. So I think we need to put that in there.
There's actually a video where you can see where an officer responded to the Smile Direct shooting, and she pressed the trigger and nothing happened.
Really?
Yes, it's on her body camera.
Refer that person to number 46. All right.
Actually had some guards come to the range,
Back for remedial.
left her side. They dropped a magazine out and they're racking the slide, and I'm hoping and praying to Jesus something comes out. It never does.
So we just need to make sure, you know, if you're a certified trainer, you need to make sure you make that point. You know, when you go to work, hey, if you want to unload it when you come home, you got small children, and you feel the need to do that, go for it. But when you go back to work, make sure you're ready to go back to work. Number 47, Jesse had, at the end, Jesse had made a couple of comments about, hey, what about this? What about that? So I did put these in there, and then I moved that number. I moved that 47. It's number 3 now, and 48 is number 6 now. I moved it back to correspond with the order of the slides. So number 47 now says, what is required to change weapons or to carry additional weapons by a guard? And basically what I went in there and did is I referred it back to the slide that talks about rule point 15. I think it's A part, where it says every firearm carried must be qualified through a certified trainer. Whatever the language is, I just copied and pasted it. because that's a common question. What if I want to carry an extra gun or a backup or? And another question we get a lot of times is, well, I've qualified with a 9mm. Can I carry any 9mm made? Well, the answer is no. Again, referring back to that rule, it plainly and very clearly says you must qualify with every firearm that you intend to carry under a certified trainer. So that answers that question. No, just because you've shot a 9mm doesn't mean you can carry any 9mm. And I need to go back. I don't know that we've hammered that in the PowerPoint presentation, so
It should be.
I need to make sure. And all these questions will be in the presentation. I think I already put it up there. Maybe I didn't though. No, I'll tell you what I did. I've changed it in the questions, in the review questions on the PowerPoint presentations. I have made that change. I haven't put it here yet. And number 48, this is another question that Jesse suggested, and I agree. It's probably a pretty good thing to talk about. What laws or rules take over regarding carrying a firearm after a security guard leaves a post? You're an armed security. You get to Smile Direct, wherever it is you're working, and you're authorized to be there with that firearm. You're working. You get ready to come home, you get in your car, you drive off that property. What laws govern you carrying that gun at that point? Well, it reverts back to either a Tennessee handgun carry permit or the state gun carry laws at that point.
Carry.
You can't carry your firearm.
Right.
home.
Okay, do I need to
That's a moot-
specify which laws that is? Because that's not a PPS law.
Right.
It's
No,
a.
but it's the Attorney General's
Attorney General opinion. Uh-huh.
Do we need to put that AG opinion in there? Maybe.
I think that'd be helpful.
Okay.
Well, might I ask a question on that? Now that they've got the constitutional carry, is that a moot point now? Because anybody can legally carry a firearm.
Right. And I think
Yeah, but not in the capacity of a security guard.
Well, I understand that.
right.
Capacity.
And I think that would probably end up being the answer to the question when we're looking at putting potential answers, or one of the potential answers. But also, it's something that's come up before of, you're just carrying your different places. Not you, security guards have,
You in
I get you.
general.
I understand.
and gone off of that, going home to, okay, well, now I'm going to the store, now I'm going here, now I'm going here. But yeah, yes, you're right, with the constitutional carry, that is going to change a lot of it.
I could see if they were still in their uniform or something like that. Take your uniform shirt off.
I'll make
To the
sure.
Attorney General opinion.
I'll make sure that I include that AG opinion. If you can get that to me, and I'll put it in the note, and I'll prepare a slide specifically to address that. And then I just threw in another one or two there that I don't think it's not really official, but I said, what's the safest way to transport and what's the most legal way to transport? And, that used to be a little more clear cut than it is now. I mean, there have been a lot of law changes with regard to carrying a firearm, transporting a firearm and things like that. So I just put those up there. I mean, do y'all want a question like that on there? Do we want to cover it in the PowerPoint? Or, well, yeah, we can combine that. And there again, we can call, I mean, the answer obviously is unloaded with the action open in a case and the ammunition stored separately. If you're asking what is the safest and most legal way to carry it. But if you're a law enforcement officer or an armed security guard, you know, there again, it's kind of like the ink pen with no ink thing in the middle of it. It's not going to. Right. So do we want that question on there, or do we want to address it differently?
Just on the armed guard test, it should be what is the that's what we're teaching.
Right. Okay.
And since the handgun permit, that would be a good question for our test.
And then what do you want the answer to be?
To and from, like
Similar to that Attorney General opinion to and from your post.
Okay.
Doesn't answer the question.
So I'm going to put a note here. And I'll make a slide that contains that and the language we want it to say.
So what would the answer be?
I'm sorry?
So what would the answer be? I'm just curious. What would the answer be? The
What
AG
will the
opinion
answer
states that
be?
you can, but it is what is the safest and most legal way. So what is the way?
well, he's gonna add in there for security officer / guard.
Yes, and what would the answer be?
That would be the Attorney General's opinion.
The Attorney General's opinion says that you may carry it. Yes, you have the ability to carry it to lunch, all that good stuff. Is the answer in the holster? Is the answer in a bag? Is the answer... What is the answer?
Well, and I think we need to think about that too and address that by all means. So what do y'all want the answer to be?
If I'm going to instruct one of my security officers that's going to an armed post, I'm going to tell him that before he leaves his house, he needs to be fully uniformed. And if he's going to an armed post, he needs to have his duty belt on and his gun and his holster. So why even have the question? That would be my policy.
The reason we have the question is because we have people in here calling in here all the time asking about that. So if you're telling them that, but none of the rest of the certified trainers teach that, then, so we need to make sure everybody's teaching that way.
I'm talking about a policy with my men, not particularly someone else that works for somebody else that I'm trying to
I agree,
right.
but what
Right.
I'm saying is, if that's the way you do it and that's legal, then why wouldn't we all be doing it that way?
The reason is because while your officers may have their own personal firearms, some companies issue them, and I'm not sure if they get to take them home, but let's just say that they don't. Let's say they got to turn them in after every shift, then that person wouldn't have it. Therefore, this question would be relevant for those periods in time, like lunch, everything you're talking about. Therefore, the safest way is in the holster.
Okay. So let me ask y'all this,
Well,
Frank,
he
is
just said it
AUS
just a moment
issue-
ago, the separation of the ammunition and the gun box with the slide back and all that. That is the safest way to
Right.
transport it.
Right. But is that practical and is that required if you are a security guard? And the answer
That's up to
we
the
pretty
council.
sure think is no, it's not required. Right, Jesse?
I was saying
Oh, okay.
AG's opinion for you.
So he's saying that we're all in agreement that the absolute safest way is action open, unloaded, in a case. But in the event of a security guard who is going to lunch or coming to work, back and forth or whatever, the answer would probably be in your duty holster, secured in your duty holster.
I think that would make sense. Do employers, and I don't know the answer to this, but do employers typically tell guards if they're going on a break that they need to lock the firearm in a safe at the place of employment, or is there?
No,
Okay.
No.
they keep it on.
They keep it on their person the whole time,
Yes.
even when they're leaving the. Okay. Okay.
About the only time you have to disarm like that and put your gun somewhere is if when you go to a jail and you go in the Sally Port or whatever, they'll make you
Okay.
put your gun in a locker there, go in, process, and then when you come back out, you take your key and get your gun and go back home.
Some emergency rooms of the hospitals, we have to.
Yeah, some of
disarm.
those have
Right.
that.
Okay. And that's why I wasn't sure if an employer would say, "We want you to leave it here." Okay, that makes sense. Then I think then in the duty belt and the holster would be the correct answer.
And in his defense, some posts, they issue guns when you report to duty on the post because it's the guard services property. I mean, we've had some posts to do that.
But in those instances, you're still holding that on your brakes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
AUS, do y'all issue your armed guards a weapon, right?
We do. Their policy states that when you leave your post, the gun must be locked and secured in a safe device in your car. That way, if you get into anything, you're using your personal weapon.
I got you. So then that goes back to handgun carry and constitutional carry, and but the weapon that belongs to AUS has a specific thing it has to be adhered to. That's something that I think we probably ought to put a slide in that just says, in the event that a company issues a weapon, you shall follow the recommendation or the rules of that company. And just put that in, and that way we're covered. Frankie doesn't have any kind of situation like that, then he doesn't teach that specifically. If you do have that situation, then you need to make sure you mention that. And that's a policy thing that comes maybe the next day when you talk about company policies.
It is. It's mixed into the armed, and it's in their orientation. But the first thing we tell them is that if you leave your post and you're going directly to your house, the safest place is in your holster. It's because it's on your person. But if it comes out, it's got to either be used at the range, locked in a safety device, and locked in your house.
Just as long as we, cover that, but leave it open-ended enough for companies like yours to do what they need to do and not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
intrude on
basically
somebody.
explaining that depending on the policy, if it's a non-employee of mine, asking them to find out about their policy. But yes, I would explain, just like you said, the separation of the two would be the safest and the most legal way if they were not allowed to carry it to and from. But
Okay. All right, so there's actually room to put maybe one more question. Does anybody have an idea of a question maybe we haven't covered? I mean, I can certainly come up with something and put it in there at some point in time, but do y'all have something that really burning in your...
I don't think we've addressed, or at least I can't remember, the actual metrics for self-defense, where they have to have the means and ability, opportunity and access, and either jeopardy, I think is the new word that they're using, / intent.
I think there may be a slide that covers that, but I don't think there's a test question. So how do you want that to sound?
And how they phrased it, but essentially, you in order to use your firearm in self-defense, what are the measures that have to be met? I think is how it's phrased, and that is. Yeah, ability, opportunity, and intent.
Three pillars:
Jeopardy and,
opportunity, or means, ability, jeopardy, if I remember correctly. It was some weird thing.
Means and ability are one, opportunity and
I
access are the
understand.
second one, and then jeopardy / intent is the third one. Why they have 2 words for each one, whatever.
What were the first ones?
I think it's means.
Means and ability, opportunity and access, jeopardy and intent. And you must have all three. If any single one of those is missing, you may not use deadly force.
I agree the shortened version, what it's saying in the code, 3911, self-defense, notwithstanding 3917, 1322, a person who is not engaged in unlawful activity and is in a place where they have the right to be has no duty to retreat before threatening or using force intended or likely to cause death or serious bodily injury if the person has a reasonable belief that there is imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury is one. The danger creating the belief of imminent death or serious bodily injury is real or honestly believed to be true. And two, that's two. And then three, the belief of danger is founded upon
in our
reasonable
PowerPoint?
grounds.
That's the handgun permit PowerPoint.
Oh. Means, opportunity, and jeopardy.
I mean, that's just what I was showing, that's what I teach at the handgun permit.
This,
That's the new one.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, it's the new one.
Yes, the new one.
the new infected one.
A lot of what you got.
A lot of the shooting questions we had
Hey,
in the
Roy, I
beginning.
think you sent me that.
I didn't get it from their PowerPoint, but I sent that same thing, so I.
When I saw that, that's why I wondered, that may be in our PowerPoint. I may have put it in
did
there.
put it in the PowerPoint.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm pretty good.
Where you got each of those, it talks about means, ability, and it actually gets into the generic stuff.
So yes, we do have that slide, and we are teaching that. So I'll craft a question according to that, and we can put that in there. All right. Any other questions about the test?
Yeah, we need.
What?
We need to take just maybe a 5-minute break to conclude what we're going to do for lunch before we continue. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, we'll go ahead and adjourn here at 11:32 for just a quick break.
A picture on that handgun, on the Department of Safety card.
It needs to be a better card than this.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, are we ready to call this meeting back to order? All right.
Ma'am.
It is 11:55. Call the meeting back to order.
Okay. So
Booster.
we this is the slide that we were discussing a few minutes ago, and I do have it. Leroy had sent it to me. I just haven't inserted it into the presentation yet, but I will do so where we made the comments about it. I'll put it in there and refer to these are the 3 things that you got to have before you're justified in using deadly force. No, don't delete it. Just, I'll tell you where I put this, and I'll send it to you, and you can stick it in there or something. The reason I gave you that on the thumb drive is just so we all have a working copy of what we're working on. And I tried to send something to Curtis the other day, and I got it wouldn't take it because it exceeded the capacity or whatever of, so I have to send it separately and all that stuff. So I figure if you all have the same working copy that I do, then I can just say, hey, this has now been changed to where this slide, and I can just send you a copy of the slide, and then you can copy and paste it right in there. This is now slide 49 or 236 or whatever. So that's what I'll do with it, and that way we can kind of stay, because when y'all send me comments and tell me that there's something wrong with slide 47 and you've added 3 slides in there, Well, that's not my slide 47 anymore. It's, 51. So it'll just be easier, I think, to do it this way if we have to make changes. So I'll put that in there. I guess the next thing is I can go through there. I can go through our armed guard presentation real quickly. Would you rather look back at the armed guard presentation? I'll tell you something else we need to talk about. We need to talk about our course of fire, because we're getting really close to where, that's, so
We haven't talked about targets either.
yeah, but that'll be in course of fire.
Oh, okay.
So, I'm thinking that the armed guard renewal is pretty much going to be this PowerPoint just repeated. Every 2 years you're going to, I
Well,
I
we
don't
might
know.
fine tune it or change it as a.
Well, yeah, we're going to do that as,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's because
Just have to
basically
add
it's a
on.
review of this same stuff, so, I see it as being, pretty much the same. And I think we're gonna be able to do this in 3 hours, what we've got, maybe 4. And the rest of that time, you're gonna be able to utilize it with, and we need to decide that. I've been troubled lately thinking about, if y'all came in here right now and I was the instructor and y'all didn't have any firearms background, any firearms experience, how am I going to teach you how to shoot with just 50 rounds? Yeah, exactly. I might as well, because I mean,
Take a long time to teach me.
I've got to watch you shoot at least 5 rounds to develop a pattern. And if you're a right-handed shooter and they're all low and to the left, I got to watch you do that at least 3 to 5 times before I can determine that you're probably going like that, which you'll tell me you're not. Which I'll hand you an empty weapon and say, now fire, and you'll go and show me that that's what you're doing. But I've got to see that to figure that out. Well, with the way we used to qualify at TWRA, we counted a passing score as 42 hits out of 50. Well, if it took 5 for me to see what you're doing, you've almost failed. And we just got started, and I hadn't even begun to work with you. So, what do y'all do on a first time? This is an armed guard class, not a renewal, but an armed guard class where you don't have any idea what kind of experience these people have. What do y'all do?
I drive practice the whole course.
Dry fire, man.
Okay,
Dry
you
fire.
dry fire the whole course, and the suggested curriculum says to do that. I'm good with that. But now we're going to hand out some real stuff. How am I going to know what you're doing until I know what you're doing? And I'm not.
Well, I'll make them bring 150 rounds.
150?
150.
Okay.
50 is what they're going to qualify with, and the other 100 rounds.
It's going to be practice or teaching.
The first 50 rounds gives me a general idea.
Right. Enough.
In there, after 50 rounds, I can determine that. And then
100. Frank, how many? You said you did 100, right?
I do
I
100.
make them pay for it, so.
Yeah.
What do you do?
So I have a unique position. I do the dry fire, but then I also have a virtual simulator. So we do that, and then we go live fire. So I do 50 rounds of live fire just because ammo's expensive.
You've determined this kind of. Is that what you said?
So yeah. So what I try to do is I try to teach them. That is a reaction to someone who's shot that has not been taught how. So if I dry fire somebody first and then they do that, then they already know kind of what they're doing. So the simulator between the dry fire, the simulator, by the time we get to the range, they are going to know if they're lining up their sights properly, if they're slapping that trigger, if they're doing something like that.
Okay. And there again, we.
I require them to bring 100, but most of the time, the people that I'm certifying are experienced, and if they start shooting well with 50, then we just stop. But if they don't, then we use the first 50 for practice, and then the next 50 to qualify.
Donald, what about you?
Cert gun and then 50, and mainly, I only use 50 because it's expensive, and
Right.
most of them are having a hard time.
Mine's 50 to 75 plus the cert pistols.
Okay, so yeah, you've got the cert pistol. So in our help them. All four options. Look at the stuff.
Officers,
I'm thinking.
terrified of
It'll be all right. Easier shoot that will ricochet in an indoor range because it hitting somebody. You do
Both.
both. Outdoor, right?
Or
both.
Both
Out.
outdoor. outdoor. Warren is indoor. But we just need
Don't
to
allow it either.
about that when we decide, you know, what we're gonna lay out. So, course of fire. The suggested curriculum right now talks about,
So, say 2020 that's the handgun carry permit. I don't think
No,
that's,
it's the other one. I was.
yeah.
He's
So,
talking about it's like 25 or 3 yards too, I want to say. the
So-
suggested
20
curriculum.
Yeah.
it is.
yeah,
so,
25 at 3 yards.
And then 20
And-
5.
From 5 at 10.
5 at your discretion.
Yeah.
mine is the 3 yard line. I skip the 5, I push it out to 7, and then I shoot at the 15.
Okay.
And I do 25, 20, and then 5.
Well, so again, what satisfy
25 and 7, 20, 20, and 10. Yeah,
well, and see, there's the other thing. If you want to, and that's gonna be difficult. Size
I don't think.
silhouette.
It's a silhouette that's approved by the commission.
Right,
Yeah.
you would have to have it.
We started with the handgun permit with the B-52, B-29, and then and then we went down to a smaller one. What's the number on that?
B29 is the current one, and
Yeah,
that's what I use
like
now.
the B-29. I think that should be our state. Would you agree?
I
I
agree.
don't like it because it doesn't have the hits where they belong. It has a bullseye in the belt.
I certainly agree with you
Yes.
100% there, and I make that a point in my class. So if we had one,
Down here, it's the belly. B-29 is a.
It's a
reduced
concentric
B-27.
ring.
It's a reduced B-27 NRA, old-timey years ago. I'm sorry.
In the 70s.
No, I agree. I agree with it.
Back on the side of the head.
I agree with the center mass, but I was talking about the size.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a reduced TQ-19 or bullseye.
Circle ring scoring, I mean, 987.
No.
That's what the original was in the handgun was.
Well, the
But,
handgun, yeah.
Yes.
but,
Still a
but we,
bullseye target.
right, but we didn't score it that way though. It just, it had the ring
Yes,
scoring
yeah,
on it. but-
Anything within the 7 ring in was 2 points.
Right.
So what would be the consensus of this group as far as the 50-round course? Y'all like what the Tennessee handgun carry thing does?
I don't like it that there's no real. I fundamentally look at an armed security guard differently than I do a handgun carry permit person. Handgun carry permit is going through a loop that shouldn't even exist to exercise the Second Amendment. An armed guard is someone who's going to get paid to be a professional to carry a gun out in public with a uniform that makes them essentially a target. They're the ones that are going to be forced into that action. So they need a higher standard. The current standard for the handgun carry permit is it's just a qualification. Qualifications are mechanisms placed in state to reduce liability that does nothing for the individual officer. So what I do is I shoot from the 3, because that's where most shootings are going to happen, the 7, just as a general homage to the 21-foot rule, and then the 15-yard line, because I want to make sure that they are tested out to the fullest extent. And we all saw that Jack Wilson in the Texas church shooting made that shot at 15 yards. So it's a realistic comparison. It's also restrained to most ranges capabilities. 25 rounds at the 3-yard line, because that's where most fights are going to happen. I shoot at the 7-yard line, 20 rounds, and then 5 at the 15. I also time my students, and I cause them to do whatever kind of you want to reload, you want to call it, the combat speed slide lock reload. So I make them perform those as well.
You use dummy ammo to do that?
No, so the way I do it is I will tell them to load 3 rounds in the gun, 3 in a spare magazine,
So you
load, make ready every time.
You do that based on how many you tell them to load and
Mm-hmm. Well,
that's another
I'll
way
load
you can do
three in the gun, 3 in the magazine. You will fire 3 rounds. You will experience a slide lock reload. So like you were saying, they will never get the practice of what it feels like. Oh, mine students do, because we do reloads almost on every single one. So they'll fire 3 rounds, slide lock, drop, reload, fire 3 more. Because I want to say, can they shoot, maintain that grip? Because you can get 1 round off really fast, but can you get the next few rounds? That is recoil management. Then break that grip to reload, and then get 3 more rounds. Now, whether they go from a holster or they pick it up off the table, as long as they're building a grip and it's not starting off in their hand, I can make some concessions with that.
Okay. So what about
Yeah.
Don't even have a 10?
Have the students back up.
Yeah.
I've done that.
Roll, drop, shoot, roll.
It's right at 10.
Supine.
That's the one in here.
Yeah, there you go.
Target as big as that.
no? It was a silhouette.
Big.
At the size of a 300-pound man.
Make sure you can see it.
They say silhouette target is a 300-pound man. I hated them. We hit them in law enforcement. That big target.
He did. If we stay hard 5 rounds at instructor discretion,
That'd be fine.
Option if they do.
they could do a We've got to.
Federal security. Their concern is they don't have enough experience, and they're afraid of an accident. They'll on the gun.
Me and Donald are, none of the indoor ranges allow you to draw from the holster. Period.
And you gotta.
Do those ranges have some kind of platform, table, whatever in front?
Yeah, a bench.
So, like I said, as long as they're building that good firing grip, would it be plausible to say that everybody starts with the firearm in front of them, just not in their hands?
Sure. Yeah, and yeah, I wouldn't. Tell them to start. Go to work. So I agree. Reaching over and
I agree.
drawing out. Talking a few minutes.
X code.
All added up.
With, but about 3.4.
3.5 seconds. So your gunfight over with, and your gun out yet. Didn't. So that's what I.
I go out back to the range. Number one, I don't have a holster, so. They're guards, but I'm.
Most firearms in there. I'll have them there.
But go back to the.
To qualify with the gun you carry, so I tell the, right, so they need to bring the gun that they're gonna be working with, and I require them to bring a holster. So I won't, I mean, that's just, if they're gonna be working as a guard, they gotta have a holster.
Have their own firearm.
So they bring all that stuff.
I've furnished guns for people and they just go buy that same firearm.
I've done
Yeah.
that, and I make it very clear. Hey, this is the kind you have to buy.
Well, darn, a lot of the, I've known the person, some of the companies give them.
I issue, yeah.
Not. There are a few.
There's just a few though. All does it. Best does.
Part of the world does.
Go to Frankie. Legally carry that gun if
And there's some junk out there that I just will not certify people with.
Exactly.
I will not do Jennings and High
High
Points
Points,
and
Skies.
Bricos. I just go somewhere else.
Basically anything that you can buy for under $100 at a pawn shop.
I will not certify on.
But to me, I think all.
What Leroy was saying, I mean, he's telling them to go buy a Glock 22, whatever it is. I mean, the paperwork doesn't ask for the serial number, so it's kind of like driving the same car.
Yes.
Yeah, and we don't use the serial number, we,
Right, so,
but there again, the rule says.
can you repeat the question?
And he'll repeat it until you answer.
Not sure.
It says we shouldn't be using serial numbers.
Rule doesn't require it.
I know the rule does.
Because it leads to a gun registry.
We don't register guns in Tennessee.
No, ma'am.
We don't do things.
We don't touch that.
Yes. We don't do that. But like
There's really no such thing.
100%
as-
sounds right.
Really,
we put down serial numbers, boy. Boy, you have put down serial.
With that one now.
technically, there's no such thing as a registered gun. It's either a clean gun or it is a stolen gun. That's,
Yeah, but federal government registers stuff. I mean, there is.
right. I'm referring to the regular consumer gun, the non-class 3 stuff.
Well, it's not necessarily either clean or stolen. It's,
Right. Correct. And that's a legal sale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but it's still, if I bought it as the first original.
Negative. So
After
just
5
to
years,
go ahead and
after
clear,
5 years, they can get away. They
clear
can do
this
away
up.
with those records. The gut where the
there,
purchase originated from.
yes. So to clear this up, there are some states that do register firearms, Michigan being one. Here in Tennessee, we do not, unless it's controlled by the ATF. Those would be all of your extended class firearms. Therefore, we go to make, model, and caliber because it does lead to a registry when you have those serial numbers attached to that person. Now, yes, there is a record of that sale, but that sales, the only record of that sale is at the point of origin, that gun store. So should that firearm be used in the commission of a crime and actually be obtained by the police and they record that serial number, all they're going to do is go to the last place. They're going to go, this is a Smith & Wesson. So they go to Smith & Wesson, say, hey, this was a serial number bought from your plant. Where did you send this gun to? We sent it to this distributor. Distributor, where did this serial number go to? We sent it to this gun store. Gun store, pull up your records, who purchased it. That's how they have to go. The ATF doesn't hold records for anything.
Then they go to the individual and he says, I traded to a guy for a basketball and a baseball bat. I don't know who he was.
And the case stops.
That's it. That's the end of the road.
That's the end, that's it. You're right. That's the end of that trail right there. My point is, rule
And it
Where
says,
the discussion comes in, from other trainers. Every guy,
doesn't.
but yet you're saying.
Yes. A lot of companies, I think, want to do it.
Yeah, if I could just chime in, yeah.
And there's no serial number to say it wasn't the one, you know, that I've got at home. I mean, the companies don't want you to do that, but I've had guys come to classes and
The ubiquitous Glock 17 9mm, and they'll come to my class with a Glock 17 9mm, and I say, "Is this the gun you're going to carry?" And they'll say, "Well, that's the one they said I'll carry, but they issue them out each day, and it may not be the one I carry. I shot."
But it's still the same count.
Yes, it's the same make, model, and caliber.
Same model.
Same make.
There's a big discussion among, may not be. Other certified.
But there's the rule, copied word for word, right out of the rule. The security guard must be qualified by a certified trainer for each firearm used in the security guard's
But
employment.
then I'm gonna say, gentleman goes to work today and he gets this gun. He goes work 3 weeks later and he gets this gun. Then he goes and he gets a different. As long as it's the same caliber, what difference does it make, according to the rule?
He's
Same
in
make and
violation
same
of the rule.
model.
No, he's.
Yeah, it's the difference between a Glock 40, RS-40,
1911 40.
1911 40. They're all
Yeah,
different.
that's what I'm saying.
Ivan Johnson.
What is the training format?
training format asks for make, model, caliber.
It asks for the make, model, caliber, and the date and score when they did it.
So
But the
we're
rule,
gonna have to tell, I think what we're looking at is the security companies are who.
Have a certain firearm. Back then, they carried revolvers. Serial number, that was a sign box. Is a sign. Other companies.
they swap guns. So if I'm first shift, I give you your gun. Second shift, we swap, so that same gun goes through 3 shifts. So those 3 officers would have to go to the range and shoot that same gun if that's what the law meant. And you know what I mean?
But is there a necessity for that? I'm asking. I'm just asking.
I don't know. That's
all
what
I'm
So
asking
if
is,
I have a Glock 17,
am I misreading what that says right there?
security guard
No,
must
but
be.
I'm telling you, I don't think that's what's happening.
I know it's
Yeah,
not.
that's what I'm
Right.
getting at. I'm with Cody, because the form says that. They can carry any Glock model.
That's right.
So Jesse suggested that we ask on the exam, we ask the question, what must an officer do to carry additional firearms in the performance of their duties? Well, it looks like that what they must do is qualify by a certified trainer with each firearm used. I mean, I'd hate to go to any court and argue that says something different.
No,
I think
I'm
I'd
not
lose.
disputing that's what it says.
I know,
But
but
it's over the
what they're doing.
years,
Yeah.
over the years, those training forms, that has been, because
And-
we have changed it from the training back to the same.
That's why I feel like we need to be teaching. We need to start driving the bus, and we need to teach what it says. If we don't like what it says, we need to change the rule.
So if I get a complaint from a security guard that says, I've been trained on this, Block 35, but my boss had.
It's going to get certified.
Go get certified on that.
The guard, but he's filing a complaint because the company said,
Well, he's the
This
one
is
in
guard.
violation because it says a security guard.
there you go.
I mean, the company could still be in violation too,
It
but
said-
Yeah, but that's easily enforceable because you would go to court and say different make, model, caliber. My only question is, how do you enforce that outside of the same make, model, caliber? Glock 17 to Glock 17. How do you enforce it?
the way that I read it is if you were certified, because the way it says you have to be certified in the use of such firearm. That does not necessarily mean the identical firearm, but I mean
That's
it's
what I'm
the
getting at.
exact same make, model, caliber. So if you're certified for that and you have your personal one that you use, and then all of a sudden your employer says, well, no, we're actually going to give you our standard company issued one, but it's the exact same make, model, caliber that you're already certified on, you would not need to go be certified on that specific one that has a different serial number. It's the same make, same model.
But that's not what you're saying.
I disagree with that.
Yeah,
Because
so that's what, yeah.
That's right.
That's not what the rule says.
I understand what you're saying.
The rule says such firearm, so I believe, I mean, the way that,
So what expert's gonna be able to tell the difference?
right,
That,
Yeah.
well, I mean, what
The only people
expert,
who know would be us.
what expert is gonna be able to tell the difference? If it's the same make, model, and caliber, unless it's at a trigger job or
Let
something
me
else.
ask you.
Even
let me
if it
ask
has-
y'all
Some
this.
numbers, I mean, if you come to me and you qualify, and then next week, you actually
Wouldn't know. Let me ask you this. You work for me, you're carrying a gun. I come in this evening and meet you at the end of the shift and say, here, I want you to start using this. I guarantee it'll shoot. How do you feel about that?
I even tell these security officers, when they, if I
Oh, so you would not want to just, here you go, here's a gun, you start using that?
There is a sense of personal liability,
That's
but what if,
exactly
what if
they do.
I
You
have,
that. You go to this job. and
There's
they-
a difference,
it's
though.
Monday, and they hand you your gun.
right, and so there's a difference between any type of personal liability there, though. If you are saying, yes, I'm just gonna give this, my coworker gave me this gun because mine, was in my car or something, and you start using it and it misfires or there's some issue, I mean, there's gonna be different liabilities there. So I think that specifically as it relates to the rule, though, the way that the rule is, I mean, just the plain letter of it, it says that you are certified in that such firearm. It doesn't say that you're certified in the identical firearm and you only carry the one. I think you could read it more narrow to say that it needs to be this exact firearm, that the one that you carry on your post is the exact, but I don't think if you were certified for a specific 9mm and then you go have the exact same identical one and that person comes to you and says, I need to be recertified in this exact same firearm. I'm already certified in this make, model, and caliber, and they come to you to be recertified in it. What are you going to tell them? You might take their money and have them do it to give them that certification, but I think by reading the rule, just reading it plainly, they're certified for that make, model, and caliber.
so, are you reading a different one that says such firearm, and that one
I'm
says each
reading
firearm?
I'm reading I'm reading the rule.
Yes, so the rule does say such firearm, whereas that one says each. So all we really have to do is change that to the actual statute, and then you read it, and the individual is up to interpretation. I mean, you don't have to say one way or the other.
Did I rewrite? I mean, I thought I copied and pasted. That's what the rule says, right, or not?
I'm trying to look to see if it's verbatim. Rule says the holder of a valid armed security guard/officer registration card may carry a firearm in the performance of duties only if A, the security guard is qualified pursuant to TCA 62-35-118B2 in the use of such firearm. The security guard must be qualified by a state certified trainer for each firearm used in the security guard's employment.
Okay, so
I
it
think
is
we're looking at that part, that
such
second
firearm versus the
sentence.
red.
Right. And I think that when we look at that, for each firearm used, are we differentiating and saying each one that it's the exact same make, model, and caliber is different, or are we saying a 9mm versus a 38? Does that make sense? Because I think that the way that the difference is there, it's not saying, I don't know, that second sentence, the way that I read that is saying, if you're certified for a 9mm, you can't then go get a 38. You have to be certified for both.
Could it not say for each caliber firearm?
I think that would be a,
Differentiate between everything. That'll settle everything.
yes, I think that would be more clear.
40 is a 40, but if he comes out and wants to carry a 45 or 38.
And I agree with that. If it's a Glock, it don't matter whether it's a 22, 23, or 27. There's not a nickel's worth of difference in those. But I don't think that's what that says. I think that's very specific. You need to, if you're going to carry it, you need to have qualified with it.
And I hear what you're saying. I think that the interpretation is that it's, I mean, I wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of a court opinion of that. So I do think we should clear it up.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go.
All right, let's,
All right, so everybody, we're gonna take 30 minutes. Lunch has been delivered, so, and
All
then,
right.
then we'll come back and have a working lunch if you want to continue your lunch. Okay, we're gonna break at 12:41. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and adjourn this meeting. It is 1:39. Jeff, you want to continue?
all right. So the next thing I wanted to bring up, Jesse asked me earlier if we pretty much had the unarmed curriculum, and we pretty much put all that together. We didn't go over I don't think we've been over the test questions individually like we did today. I thought we did.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
No,
We did the
we
whole
did
thing.
not go over each one of them individually.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
We did.
We were still on WebEx or something, were we not? Or was that the first one up here? Yeah.
We were in the other room.
Okay, I wasn't here for it.
Okay, all right, I stand corrected then.
Yeah, we voted on it and everything.
I'm ready to go.
So with that piece of information, then what I would like to do is
If you had mentioned, I'm not trying to interject, but you had mentioned that you had added something to the unarmed
Yes,
curriculum.
that's what I wanna talk
from the
about.
last time that we met. So that was what you wanted to bring
Yeah.
up. Okay.
So I've discussed this with Angel because he's been, I mean, he only does unarmed training. So, but what I added was, I added some slides about the application process. And I know that's not really, that's not in the suggested curriculum. There's been some discussion before about, well, you know, it's not really your all's place to teach how to apply. Well, I kind of, sort of, in a way, think maybe it is, because those of you that own contract security companies, you're calling me all the time asking, well, what do we need to do about this? Well, what should we do about that? Well, how come this and why that? So I just went ahead and took it on myself to put it in there, and we can either, we can do whatever. We can leave it in, take it out, move it, or whatever. But I want to just real quickly show you some of the slides that I put in there. Do you remember where they were? 120? 27? And the reason I on this presentation, originally I put it at the end and just said, hey, here's a good place. Here, I just stuck them at the end and said, hey, let's go over these with the applicants. Because I know from an administrative standpoint, we have all kinds of things that happen here that on a daily basis that really shouldn't ever happen, like getting denied for material misstatement. We shouldn't ever have to do that. One of the very first screens you get to tells you you've got to disclose your criminal history, you've got to attach court documents, and I don't know how many Diana does. I mean, a ton of them.
Yeah, Diana Taylor, we have a section or a unit that does. The problem they have is they do not know they have.
Responses,
Most of them do not know that.
That's the same thing as yes.
Exactly. That's a good yes right there.
Well, we differ from a lot of the other programs, the other regulatory boards. The other regulatory boards asked you, have you been convicted? Application. Application. A police judge. They come up with a plea agreement. Well, you were still arrested.
And you did go to court, because that happened in the courthouse.
Yeah. So, I mean, it sounds silly, but a lot of them don't even know that.
Well, anybody that's that
No test. They can pass that. You what? What's happened?
oh, yeah, yeah.
One of these days,
Yep, it's coming.
that's going to happen to somebody, and they're going to complain about it, and it's going to become a great big. It's going to be on the news one night.
Yeah, it does, because they're taking that. Sometimes you can call us reason for. And it's a work permit.
So basically what I've done is all this stuff that we labor over here every day, this stuff she just gone over. I've put some things in the presentation. I've gone back and added them to it. And I was going to put it in both the unarmed and the armed. Mostly because if you're teaching a class and you know they're going to be armed, then you can skip it in this section and do it in the next, because it's basically the same stuff. Another reason is if you've got somebody that was an armed guard 10 years ago and they let their license expire, now they've come back, or maybe they've got a current license, but they had the training 10 years ago. Well, y'all know they got to take the whole thing over again. So I've just put it in both of them. That way all the instructors will have it. Regardless of which PowerPoint they choose, it's there. And here's what it is. So I just talk about a little bit about core, a little bit about the first time users, using their password in uppercase and all that, where they go to find it. We have the unarmed service code. I've put that in there. Y'all asked me to put that in there recently. I put it in the unarmed or the armed training, and then I went back and put it in here.
Number two is a discussion.
What's that?
Number two.
Number 2.
You
Are you asking us if we're the everybody, or does everybody know? Because I have a lot of people that I try to assist, and I get a lot of Tinder profile pics.
A lot of what?
Profile pic.
Oh,
Instagram's a good one.
Oh, we're going, for the armed guards, you know, now, we have to have that photo.
that'll be a
It has
JPEG.
to be a JPEG. Yeah, we get all kind. We only want this and this, but what we're getting is this and this and this.
And the background also.
Oh, the background's terrible, terrible, terrible. So I don't know.
I'd take pictures of all my guards.
Just stand up against the wall. Make sure, it's real well. You know, we can't. It's
Oh.
that is a big, one has training. Well, they had photos that we.
We want to do that too. We want to put your pictures on the trainer cards too, but
That takes the statute, because it doesn't say, I mean, a rule change too.
Background.
If you hold a guard card and you get arrested, you still gotta tell me, even though you're a trainer. We probably need to talk about that.
well, the reason we don't do it is because the statute
doesn't
doesn't,
require it.
it doesn't allow us to. It doesn't say that we
I
get
want
to
to
do
have
it.
that changed. I think that of all people who's doing training, of training guards, have a decent.
Or at least one that would allow them to be a guard.
Yeah, there might be something in there, but yeah. Look at it, make.
Yeah, the photo's a big
No.
thing. So I just went in and made some screenshots of exactly what you're going to see. And so if you're a new user, you register an account. There's some helpful items over here on the right-hand side that are little videos that tell you things about new accounts, new applications, renewals, things of that nature. I've got actual snippets of what you're going to see. How many of you help assist people on the computer? All right, so we got several doing, and I know that to be the case with a lot of other trainers across the state. Not all of you do. Leroy, you didn't raise your hand. You don't do this part. There's a handful that don't. But there's more that do than don't. And a lot of y'all may not have access to know what to look for or whatever. So I just decided it would be prudent to include it here and let you see it and spend a few minutes showing people what to do. So you choose your board. I told you what to choose. And then you choose your activity. And if you're doing for unarmed, you're going to choose initial unarmed guard. And then you go over and hit select. I made some little notes about, these additional activities. If you added existing license, permit, or registration to your account, you'd be surprised what all the reg boards cover. There's scrap metal dealers, there's land surveyors, CPAs, all kinds of things, and they can put all their licenses and permits there. They can log into Core and it can say, hey, it's time to renew your CPA license. It's time to renew your cosmetology. If you're doing hair and fingernails and security, and you can renew them all there.
Well, or if you're a used car salesman.
Yeah. So Motor V's got stuff going on there.
We get a lot of those because business is not.
After you have chosen your board and your activity, you hit select, and I even showed what that screen looks like. Now, this is the fourth screen that you see, and it tells you that if you don't include all your supporting documents, it may be denied. It tells that it's the applicant's responsibility to know and understand the rules and laws. It says if you answer no to the TBI questions I always tell people, they'll say, well, how come I got denied? I said, well, you said no, 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 and the TBI said yes, yes, yes. I mean, that's how simple that is. So if you say no and the answer is really yes, you're going to be denied for a material misstatement. We don't hide this. This is on the fourth screen that they see. And then there's a star beside, you must complete a criminal history reporting form for each arrest or incident, providing the date of arrest, the agency, the location, list of charges, the explanation. And care to guess about how many of those we get with applications?
0.
Nearly 0. I mean, I'm amazed when I see one. I almost don't know what they are because they just don't include them. And I have a feeling that there's a kind of a two-pronged reason behind this. One is they're not reading this very close, and two, nobody's teaching it. Is it your all's responsibility to teach it? Maybe or maybe not, but you're the common denominator between the applicant and, I mean, they've got to come through you to get the training. And assuming if they're getting the training, they actually want a registration, you are the link that stands between them and us. And I think it would be, when Angel and I were talking about this, let's say that, let's say it's a 99% failure rate for them to do these things. Well, if y'all start teaching it, I don't think it'll go to 99 or 100. It may only go to 97, but 97% failure is better than 98, right? And maybe next year it might be 96. And 5 years from now, maybe it's 85. I mean, I'm not expecting this to get cured overnight, but right now I don't think anybody's teaching and emphasizing very much on this. As a matter of fact, I know there's not very much because we don't have this.
Got a question on this, Jeffrey.
Let me explain what denied is. Oh, you're gonna. There's.
Be denied for an incomplete application.
Yeah,
If-
being complete, yeah. But when you see it, it's just gonna say denied, so that's automatic. A closed application. Stuff like that will give you a reason, but now you're gonna.
So, I mean, right there.
Regarding this, I spend 30 minutes on the application process. I tell these people, if you have these documents, add them. They don't add them. The one we dealt with recently, she knew she had an arrest history, she just didn't list it. And I can't make them do it.
Well, you can't make them do it. Sorry.
When I'm helping, I do my best, I'm sure.
Even ask you at the very end again.
Yeah.
Did you say, is everything correct?
Right.
They're going to lie, period. You're never going to change that. It's never going to happen.
Or you get,
Yeah.
Yeah. We get that a lot.
Here again, I've just made some general notes. I said we shouldn't have to send letters and emails and phone calls. They know that they got to put that stuff on there, or they should know. And I think if we can reiterate that through training, it might help. If you've got one, I used to have a lot of this. People would call me and say, well, it says I'm having trouble with my application. And I'll say, well, do you already have an application in there? Well, it'll come up and say this. It'll say there's an existing incomplete initial unarmed guard registration application. And it'll ask you, do you want to go back to that one or do you want to start with a new one? Well, if you just got through calling me and telling me you're having trouble with it, what do you think should be the answer? Go do a new one. If you're having trouble with it, don't go back to that one. Just do a new one. Yeah. So I've made a note here about that. If they see that screen and they're having trouble with it, just start all over, because you're just going to answer the questions again anyway. It's not like it's not like needle in your eye torture or anything. Just redo it.
Does this with all the transactions?
No, because it's an incomplete application. You don't get well, I don't think it will. I'm not sure. Do you know, Mark?
Not sure either.
Oh, we got people that.
We do get
10,
that
12
sometimes.
times. Yeah, and we have to wipe them all off.
We do get that sometimes, and I don't know, I'm not sure. Core shouldn't do that, but it does.
It does. We ask them about that.
But if they're having trouble with it and they can't get it to work right, then that's the only alternative. I'd rather them just do another one and do it right, and then we can always close the one that's not good. Okay, now here's the one that we've had a lot of confusion about, or there seems to be some. The first question is, have you obtained a receipt for your electronic fingerprinting? You say no, it's going to stop you at this point. And you're going to get that answer. Says you are unable to proceed. Why is it doing this? Say no, and you go down and hit next, you're going to get this. Now, it mentions up there something about the U.S. Armed Forces, but I answered no down there to that. If you answer yes to the Armed Forces question, which is the next one, then it's going to ask you a bunch more stuff, and if you don't attach things, you're going to get that same thing. But that's what you get when you say no, you didn't get a fingerprint receipt. Well, what if you just decide that you're going to say yes anyway, so it'll go ahead and do it, but you don't have your fingerprints yet? Well, to me, it's kind of like told a story. You've lied about it. Now, I just know that if you don't get your fingerprints, it's going to, and if you want to work as a security guard without registration and work on your application and your payment receipt prior to getting your training and everything done, you've basically told a lie here in order to get the application and pay it so that you can go work even though you haven't done your fingerprints yet. So I just pointed that out here, that if you say no, it's going to stop you, and it won't let you move on past that screen right there. If you do something wrong, like if you type in your social security number using dashes, you're going to get this error message. You got to go back and put it in the correct format.
Oh, and you do, I'm sure you already know, they can make application with don't know that security number.
What are they going to put in there? Because it's a mandatory
Yeah, they
field.
just put zeros, all ones, all twos, all threes,
Okay.
all social security number.
So if you leave it blank, it's going to stop you. You'll notice here that the telephone number and the email is not required. It's not a required field. However, if there's something wrong with it, our only alternative to get back in touch with that person is to send them a letter. And so it takes about a week for them to get the letter, and then they got to respond by letter. So I just, I always remind people, use your email and telephone number here, so we can call you if there's a problem that we can. And a lot of times we can take care of things pretty quickly just by saying, hey, can you send me a clear copy of so-and-so? And they'll do it. But it's not required, so.
But sometimes we even call you, the trainer, 'cause
quite often the certified trainer will require an email and telephone list on their roster, and they can give me that. And that's how I get in touch with these people sometimes if they don't put information on there. Hey, here's another place where things go wrong. If they put anything in that box right there other than one of the 50 states and a handful of U.S. territories like Puerto Rico and U.S. Virgin Islands and Samoan something, Guam, whatever they are, we're going to have an issue here. And if they're U.S. citizens, but they were born in Germany or France on a military base, I'll guarantee you this is not the first time this has come up in their life. So they know about the certificate of birth abroad and things like that. So just tell them if they have an unusual situation, let's say they're born in Germany, if they don't have documentation, they're not going to get a guard registration from us without it. Then this is the eligibility verification. They must say, well, they have to attest, and then they say whether or not they're a U.S. citizen or a resident alien. And I've seen them attach everything under the sun, or they say everything under the sun other than Social Security number, and they never attach anything. They'll put passport, they'll put Tennessee driver's license. Well, that has to be verified, and I can't verify something that they don't attach. So just tell them, put their Social Security number, because I can verify that, matching it with the TBI information. And that's an easy one. I have a lot of problems with these two questions. And
You'd be surprised how many people.
yeah, get a lot of yes.
Well, they have to prove it.
And when they say yes,
No. That just means you're incompetent.
I get what you joke.
You got the joke.
if they do that, we have to get in touch with them, and we have to say, hey, you either need to send me an email and explain that you did this by mistake, or if you answered truthfully, you need to send us medical and or court documentation that you have been under the care of a physician and you're no longer habitually addicted to drugs and alcohol, or if you were declared incompetent, you have to have court order saying the judge has lifted that or whatever. You got to document it, or a statement that says, I made a mistake.
Being declared by your wife that you're incompetent does not count.
That does not count, that I know of.
I don't know, it probably depends who we get it on.
And so this is a lot of times where I'm able to figure out, I had one the other day where it said name a trainer. It had, what was that guy's name?
What'd you put my name in there for?
Some Gaddis. I just needed something. So I had to call up Frank Gaddis, whoever that guy is, and ask him something about something. And he said, well, I'm pretty sure I sent that to you, but he didn't. But anyway. But that's helpful if they know who their trainer is, and sometimes they don't know. I think in this lady's case, she said, I don't know. We did it in Hendersonville. And I said, did you go to Guns and Leather? Yeah, that was at the gun store, Guns and Leather. And I threw the name out there, and she said, yeah, that was him.
She went to unarm somebody else and came to me for the rest.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a serious problem.
It is.
That was a deal where she had an unarmed registration, but she applied for it and got it over, she'd already renewed once. So it was over 2 years ago. So what does that mean about that training?
We do.
It's not valid. So she's got to take that 4 hours over again. She didn't know that. Right. Well,
He
I
probably
wouldn't-
didn't know it.
I wasn't
They
going to go
probably
there.
have.
But at any rate, so, that sometimes is helpful if we can reach out to you guys and say, hey, do y'all remember this person? And can you, help us get in touch with them? This is where they say no, 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 and if it's yes, 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 then they're going to get denied. And I put that in there. Military question here, it's either yes, no, or active. And they have to answer, that's a mandatory question. Section on the TBI's fingerprint acknowledgement. fingerprint policy acknowledgement. I just usually tell everybody to say yes, yes, yes. I guess you could say no, 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 but you've got to answer these. And at one time, I thought we could send them a copy of their fingerprint results if they had answered this
Yes,
policy.
We still can.
Okay. One time, TBI would not let us do that at all. But now they're saying if they acknowledge their policy, that they understand that this is the information and we're going to use it to either give them or deny it, and they want to know what that information is, then they can request a copy and it be sent to them.
Well, that fingerprint policy is not ours, it is the TBI.
I got a question. Can you go back to slide, I'm sorry, I let it go by me, 144? So, second question, or the first one, what happens if they openly tell you this and they check the wrong box?
What do you mean?
Well,
Right.
if they say yes to either one of those,
Well, I'm aware of that.
it's either a mistake and they got to explain that, or
They gotta give us documentation.
they got to give us documentation
Correct.
that they were court ordered incompetent, and then a judge lifted that and restored their competency.
Right.
So we got to have a,
So what's your question?
Question is, I know that answers should be yes,
and they said no.
and they said no.
It'll depend on how we figure that out.
Yeah, how do you
so
know
if you've
that?
if you've got someone who says,
Is that fruits
No,
of the poisonous doctrine, or how do you know that?
Openly disclosed it. Because she was going to be working at a specific site, and she says, I can't work that site. I said, why? I used to be a patient there.
Oh, yeah, you told me about that.
that's interesting. I don't think we've had too much with the incompetency issue. The habitual drunkenness, I think, is more likely to. Well, we could use either as an example. If someone says no, and it should be a yes, either we could, one, deny the application if we found out before, or if it was approved. Something like habitual drunkenness. If they've had multiple arrests and a court said that they're habitual drunk, or a drug user, a lot of times they've done treatment, so we can kind of look at that later. But even if we have to deny it and then they make a new application, submit that, we can reconsider it. It's interesting, though, if you've got someone who's an applicant who tells you as a trainer, yes, I'm currently, I'll use your example. If they say, I've been a patient there, does that mean they're incompetent? I don't know, possibly. It could be something that if she still says no, you could file a complaint against her, would be one way to do it. Or you could, I suppose, call Cody or Jeff, and they could file a complaint if they need to, or just at least examine the application.
Oh, you'd be surprised kind of calls I get.
Right. But I think incompetency, usually it's typically we're going to look to see if it's a court order because someone has been declared. But if you've been involuntarily committed, normally there is a court order.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
And that's basically what I told him. I said, if you know that for a fact, then that would be a complaint that
Right.
you would need to file, because that's just the way our system works.
And you do know you can file anonymous.
Put my name on there. It's on there. We'll see what happens.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah. Like within 8 hours.
That's good, though. We don't want people.
No.
Well, she's
not be.
already out.
I
Your
mean,
own self up. I mean, if you voluntarily entered,
It depends on.
can you,
either way, if they say yes, then they either got to explain to us that it was a mistake,
or give
or
it
they
back
have to have documentation to show that they were in and they were out, and that it was all legal. And like Jesse said, if you tell me that you are no to habitual drunkenness, but you've got a 10th offense DUI, and you're charged with a habitual offender, then
That's a Material misstatement.
That's a material misstatement. Even if you documented everything, because you said, well, no, I don't have any trouble with alcohol. I mean, other than when I get caught. So, at any rate, so there's that.
We did that.
Now here's the low income fee waiver. And what I want to point out, I think I pointed out on the next slide, this question is not asking, are you currently receiving benefits?
What is it saying?
It
You are a
says,
recipient.
please identify whether or not you're applying for a waiver. If you select yes, you got to have proof. And read what the question says. It says, if you're a recipient of any state or federal public assistance program, such as Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF, Medicaid, MAP, or any other state or public assistance program. Now, listen to the last few words. Would you like to apply for a fee waiver? You don't have to say yes just because you're getting those benefits. A lot of people are afraid of this question. I've had them tell me, well, I'm getting these benefits, but I don't really want to apply for the fee waiver. And I said, well, say no. But I'm getting the benefits, they'll say.
Going to work.
They think we're
The same state agency.
they think we're part of a Gestapo crew that's checking up on them to see if they're lying, and that's not. I mean, that's not what our purpose is. Our purpose is to let them waive the fee if they want to. They don't have to. And that's what the question says. Would you like to apply for a fee waiver? And a lot of them say, well, no, I want to pay for my license. Then say no and move on with.
Or some of them will say, yes, they want to apply for.
Now, that's where we're having a big issue. A lot of times the contract security company is number one, they're sitting there doing this for the applicant. And in my opinion, that is wrong. Because it says all through here that I attest that I am the person doing this, and I attest that everything's true and accurate to the best of my ability. Well, I've sat here and done this for people down here in the customer service area, but they're sitting right there beside me, like Donald was saying earlier, and I'm asking them these questions, and I'm saying, is this yes or no? And I click it for them, and they, it's an interactive thing. So I'm not doing it in their stead. I know for a fact some contract security companies and some certified trainers sit there and do this for applicants, and they're not even there. That's not a good practice. I'm just going to say that and leave that where it's sitting. So then I go in here and I explain this even further. It's asking, would you like to apply for the fee waiver? It's not asking if you're receiving the benefit. So just make sure that they understand if they want to apply, they can, and if they do, they got to supply documentation.
And Social Security is not documentation.
It's not the kind of assistance we're talking about. And neither is Medicare.
Mm-mm.
Medicaid is TennCare. That's state supplied health insurance, and that is an applicable thing. But Medicare is what everybody gets when they're 65 and older,
Whether you want it or not.
and that's not part of it. Now here's the next trouble spot we get to. You didn't attach your training. Oh, yes, I did. I attached everything. Well, no, you didn't, because it's not on here. I mean, I'm nice to them, but I said, well, I'm sorry, but somehow it didn't get on there. So I cover that.
What
Yes.
happened, and they have to
Just choosing the document is not enough. And that's what I said here. You've got to hit that attach button. And when you do, it starts creating a list. And see the list it created there? It starts creating that list up there, and it'll tell you files attached 3 of 7. So that means that there was 7 different attachments that you can put on there. And if you have more than that, then most of the time you can contact us and you can just email them and we can put them on there. But they can do is up to 7 attachments right there. And if it's not keeping up with it and putting it up there like that, it's not attaching.
That's why we are asking the trainers to give the
One of the rebuttals I used to get from that was, well, I don't want to give them the training form because they could do something with it and they could fraudulently produce. Well, I got news for you. If you know where to find it, you can go on the PPS website and you can download the certified trainer form and mark it up as pretty as you want. Certify yourself for anything in the world you want. But that would be fraudulent, and once it comes to light that you've done that, then you're subject to all the civil penalties, and we can take your permit away and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, we've got a safeguard built in there. So I've been advising all the new certified trainers that come on, don't even use that certified trainer's email, because if Hannah comes and takes your class and she comes home and talks it over with her husband and says, you know, I just don't feel comfortable being a security guard. I just don't think this is what I want to do. And she never applies for registration. Guess who doesn't care that she took unarmed guard training? None of us on our staff will ever care that she took it or not, because we don't need to know that. But if you send it in to certified trainers, then one of our people's got to take it, copy it, attach it to somewhere, which we don't really have a
Wait
place to
minute,
put
I
it.
don't think I understand what are you telling them not to send it to CE trainer?
Exactly what I'm telling them. Give it to the applicant and let them put it on this application when they apply.
I don't think I agree with that. I want you to give it also should.
Just the scenario that you and I had that you called me about, that's a perfect example of why I sent it in, and then what they had done on the back end, and why you called me about it. So there is definitely a reason that we send it in, and if they don't ever apply, I understand that it could be a potential problem. But what are the consequences on the other end, especially when it comes to the armed guard side?
So I would really.
Was this a failure?
Yes, it was a failure. I mean, I'll let you
No.
No,
talk whatever you want.
I know about it, but here's the point I want to make. In a situation like that, I know there's been times when Cody said she didn't want, if they fail, she didn't want to know about it. Well, I think, I kind of disagree with that. I think we should know about it.
I send those too.
But all I'm saying is, this whole system works a whole lot better if you give the
them
applicant
the
a
form.
copy
Right. But
so
you're
that
still
they can
responsible to
attach
send
it.
Now, I don't want to risk the potential problem that this could happen or that could come from this, but I will throw it out there. When I send all mine out by email, and when I send it out by email, I send it to the student, and then I blind copy certified trainers. So that
That's
way,
fine.
y'all are both getting it at the exact same time.
That's fine. But I'd rather we get it 3 times
Yeah, not at all.
than to not get it at all. Because when I got one of these in my box and one of those 3 things right there is not on there, I'm dead in the water and I can't do anything about it until I send letters, make phone calls, emails. I
And
can't
let me
go
explain
forward.
to you now that we're all together, if you're sending
Same people who don't have Venmo?
I said what I said.
Drop the mic.
just letting you know, if you're helping them, if you're a contract security company or something, and you're helping them,
Exit.
And if you're at the dead end of the road and the world is fixing to come to an end and it's your last thing on earth and you've got to use a paper application, make sure you send in everything that goes with it,
yeah.
That's being authorized too.
which is the low income fee waiver and the fingerprint policy acknowledgement
And notary,
and the notary.
And the citizenship verification form.
yeah, we need it
Yeah.
with that. Our company, if you do the longer do. Governor,
I would wonder if they didn't have access, but anyway.
yeah. There's
So back to
reasons for
this,
that.
this right up here tells what they've got to include. Head and shoulder photograph, electronic fingerprints, and then any of the statements about criminal record, documentation for things, whatever. And then the training is to be submitted by the trainer within 15 days. Well, there again, if you'll give them a copy, they can go ahead and attach it here. But this particular program is programmed, it's not smart, so it doesn't know what you're attaching, but it can count. You can attach pictures of the neighbor's cats if you want to, but you got to do it twice or it will not let you go past this next part. When you get right here, you got to do at least 2, which would be the picture and the electronic fingerprints. If the training comes later, let it come later. But if you don't attach at least 2 things right here, I have people call all the time and say, "Well, I can't, won't let me pay." Well, have you attached your photo and your fingerprint? Yeah, I've done that. Are you sure? What's that word? Yeah. 9 times out of 10, if it won't let them go past this step, they have not attached at least those 2 things, the picture and the electronic fingerprints, or 2 files of something. If they satisfy the requirements here, then it'll go to this next thing and it'll let them edit anything that they've put in there. And I said this page is just a partial view. because it's a great big huge page and it just wasn't going to fit on there. So this is just a sample of what they're going to see, and they can go in and edit. You know, if their name is John D. Doe and they like, oh, I don't know how I got that A in there. Well, they can change it right here. And then the very last part is important. That's the very last part. It says if you fail to respond to notice from this office for additional documentation, your application will be closed or denied, and you'll have to reapply. So that happens with material misstatements, or if we deny it because of an incomplete application, that all gets done away with.
Quick question, Jeff.
Sure.
I know we send the photos for unarmed, but photos aren't put on the unarmed. Is that gonna change, or do you know?
Eventually, yes, I'm hoping.
I think so. It might just be a rule change. We'll have to look at
Might
it.
be, yeah.
I think we can
I'm gonna
probably
try
do
to,
that with a rule.
But, it's gonna take a while, cause I'll have to notify all.
It's
Is
still
that on
required for them to send the
Oh, they
picture
have to
in.
send them in.
Right.
We don't put it on the card yet. But the reason that you send them in, used to be 3. Yeah, one was.
The answer to the question is they've still got to send it, even though we're not, even though we're not putting it on the card. But yes, we
Hopefully,
do plan to sometime
Yeah,
Okay.
put it on the card.
yes.
Now, here's where you're attesting that the above information and documentation is provided is accurate and true to the best of my ability. Further understand that providing false information may result in the denial, suspension, revocation of any license, certificate. I'm not going to answer that for somebody if they're not sitting there with me. I'll punch the radio button for them, but I'm going to say, has everything you've given me been true and accurate? And have we documented everything? Because I don't know what you've been doing for the last 30 years. So, but if I'm assisting them, I'm going to go over that with them. And then I'm going to click submit. And then it's going to look like this. And you're going to wonder what's taking place. And then it's going to look like this. It's going to pop up and say total amount due. And we've still got some people,
Paper ones, yeah, come in with $50.
we've still got
and I have to
paper
ask for
applications
20.
coming in where they just pay $50. And technically, they're not legal to work on their application and payment summary because they didn't pay the full fee. I mean, to me, I don't know if we let them do that or not, but
And we're getting some online application that without fees.
so,
That's why you gotta keep the application and the payment summary sheet on you to work.
that means that they can't take advantage of that. In 6235-118, it says you got 15 days to get the training and you can work with all those copies. If you haven't paid for it, then you can't really do that. So this is where you can pay, and you just go down to pay now. And I don't know where I learned this, but they call that a radio button. So you got to go up there and you got to click that little that little button beside the $70. I've had people having trouble with this page, and it's because they didn't go up there and click that little button. So you're acknowledging that, yes, I understand it's $70. You click it, and then you choose what kind of payment method you want to use. Then you go to next, and it's showing you that you selected American Express, if that's what you selected, and chose to pay $70, and you're going to hit next. Then you're going to see your billing information and your payment card information. You got to type all that in. Then after you do that, you're gonna hit submit. And then it's gonna pop up here and tell you your application number, what the description is, your name, and the fact that you paid $70. And then when you click on next there, it's gonna take you back to the little guy standing there in front of the house with the folder under his arm. And so that's the end of the process. So I've added this into the presentation, and Angel and I talked about it. I don't know how much time it's going to take to do this, but what can you do it in 30 minutes?
We're using the formula that we had talked about early on in the process. That honestly was a concern of mine, because we were right at 3 hours and 50 minutes using that formula. By adding these 35 slides, we're going to be right in the area of about 4 hours and 10 minutes now. So that's, I would say,
Talk fast, Arian.
I would say this is a lot more important than, like, I think everyone agrees on that. There are some things in the presentation as it exists right now that I believe are less important than this. And one of them I'd like to bring up is if we can go to slide 280 real quick, that'll be the beginning of it. What we're covering, one of the things I was looking at pulling out just completely, or for the committees, if y'all could consider this, a big part of the self-defense statute, and it starts on 280, is regarding a nuclear security guard officer. I think that's such a narrow scope, and it's so few people are that in the state of Tennessee that we'd be training, and more than likely they're going to be on a federal contract anyway, that starting on 280, we could take that out, and then 288 through 291 all has to do with self-defense regarding specifically a nuclear security guard officer. And I think that's in such a narrow a scope. Like I said, I think we could make some room for this training. I know that's not 35, that's 5, but that would still put us right at the 4 hours and 5 minutes benchmark of doing the training. So
There's some other stuff. Higher section on of the scope of anyone.
Information sharing. What slides are
8,
those?
starting at 28, talking about as a result of the 9/11 commission hearings and an unarmed guard really dealing with the Department of Homeland Security directly. You're going to have to do the math before I can really see that one being viable. National Terrorism Advisory System, and I mean,
I think the biggest difference between two, and I agree with Blaze, but at the same time, that was one of our test questions. Everything to do with the nuclear security officer wasn't on the test at all.
Only 3 slides there, so
well, there's from that.
8, 29, and 30. I mean, I can probably,
I'd just like to say we're not that far off right now. We're really about 4 or 5 minutes over. If we were to take the nuclear security stuff out, I think the normal trainer at a normal pace, not rushing through this, would be able to get through this in about 4 hours and 5 minutes. So if we're going to quibble over 5 minutes, is that worth it?
With no questions being asked.
When we developed that formula, what I've said from the very beginning is that that's doing the class. That doesn't include break time. That doesn't include any test time, any orientation time. It's just pure instruction of 4 hours, because that's what we've seen ring true, is that 60 slides is approximately 30 minutes. And that's about what we've seen here. It took Mr. Winfrey about 15, 20, 30 minutes to get through this real slow. in a normal classroom setting environment, a lot of these slides are going to be a title slide, where you would just skip right over it. You just go right on to the next
Like,
thing.
for example, that one.
You would just go, you wouldn't sit there you would just go to the next thing. So that's where we got the formula.
Um, 288 through 291.
I could offer, without us having to take stuff out, if your class, if it's not applicable, is there anything wrong with us just skipping by it? Just going, I know who's in my class. If ain't none of you nuclear, I just skip through that stuff and just go to the stuff that applies, and I just leave the PowerPoint as is.
I would rather just not have something in there if it's not that applicable. That way, you in Memphis skipping it, Curtis in Mountain City is covering it. I'd rather, if we think it's not really all that important, I'd rather just take it out. Now, I am going to put something in the armed portion about shotguns. I think we need maybe 5 or 10 slides in there about shotguns, but how often do you teach shotguns? So, one guard out of how many? One out of 50. January, how often you, no shotguns?
Not anymore.
Don?
About that one,
Frankie, you do a lot of shotguns?
Do.
All right, Frankie does a lot. Blaze, you do a lot of shotguns?
No, I'd be like 1 out of 100.
None?
I've probably done reshot mine.
So I think it would be prudent to put some shotgun stuff in there, just some minimum standards. And if you say anybody in here going to qualify with a shotgun and they say no,
Move on.
sail on. If they are going to do it, then you need to pull them off and either take care of them on their own, or, I mean, we have a what's my word? A responsibility to train those if they're going to carry it. But if not, we can just skip it. So in a case like that, I think it can be there and we can skip it if it's not applicable. But in this sense, I think I'd rather just, if we think it's not really all that important, we just take it out.
I just want to emphasize too, the more we take out, the further away we're getting away from that sweet spot. We want to be right at 4 hours of training, and we're only 5 minutes over it right now.
Well, that 4 hours doesn't include break.
Exactly,
Well,
yes.
it really doesn't. If it takes you 10 hours to teach a 4-hour class because you want a lot of breaks and long ones, that's fine.
I'm like Frank. I teach the whole thing about submitting the application to the state of Tennessee. I spend 45 minutes on that, and that has nothing to do with the training. And then we got breaks, and we got, like Blaze said, you could be sitting there for an hour waiting for every group of 20 people to get done with the test.
Yeah.
But when we're just talking about the content right now, the more we eliminate, the further away we're getting from that 4-hour sweet spot. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Well, I agree with the nuclear stuff. And if you've got somebody, Curtis, you do anything up there in Oak Ridge at all? But more than likely, if you did, it would be federal. They would be federal people, and that's outside our purview anyway. So, I think we can safely leave those out. And I'll work on that before I give it to you. But so any other question about the unarmed and the material that I put in there about? Now, Angel and I talked about this again. He was very instrumental in this unarmed part because that's all he does. I had it at the end, and he suggested I move it and put it in here because it kind of goes with the flow. But that's really because it goes with the flow of his online deal. And we can leave it where it is, or we can put it at the end. I don't care one way or the other.
What's this again?
What's that?
What are we talking about?
Just a few slides on the, how to apply
Oh.
that we just went over. Right now, so if you look at it,
I wouldn't go with you.
It's in the section of registration card.
was it again, 120 something? Yeah.
114 is where that section starts.
Yeah, that section starts here at registration cards, training, and application. And so it just talks about the laws. Here's 118, which is the education.
You did take
The rule.
75 days out, didn't you?
What?
You took those 75 days out.
Yes. Yeah. I've got a couple of scenarios. And then this is where we started talking about applying here at 126.
Yep, that looks all right.
Applying. So we can either leave it in this section, or we can put it at the end of the presentation. I don't, to me, it doesn't matter, just as long as you go over it a little bit and talk about it. Right now, I don't think there's all that much of it going on statewide. This group may be a little unique because you do take the initiative to do it, and that's good.
I thought it'd be nice too, and just a suggestion for the committee to think about. On the State of Tennessee website right now, on PPS, you can go get information on how to make an Identigo appointment. It's a PDF document you could download. And I think something like this would be nice to have up there as well, just for students and trainers alike, where it would have step-by-step how to do everything like it does for Identigo.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was saying, Leroy, is have something that's specific just for this as well.
I think that can be done. I don't know who,
The instructions for applying or
Yeah.
something like that, yeah.
yeah, and we just tag it
We
on the
can go to that,
PPS
yeah.
website. So we'll make a note of that and we'll check to see how much, and we could put those slides on there. We'll still leave it in this training so that the certified trainers will have it. But it could be, knowledge is power. The more we educate, the more people are going to be familiar and know what to do with it. So there again, it may not increase our success rates, but I think it's going to. I don't think it'll get any worse by teaching this and making a deal out of it. So with that being said, everything else is pretty much y'all, we've seen it. We actually approved the unarmed. I did attach this. I can take these few slides out and then what's left I'll give to Jesse. And our thought is the commissioner the assistant commissioner and deputy commissioner can start looking at this, and a lot of what we show here is going to apply also in the arm training, like some of the same statutes that carry over. If they suggest we word something this way, we might want to do that also in the arm part, just to reiterate that. So it makes sense to us to be able to go ahead and submit this and let them start looking at it. So with that being said, I would like to have a vote of the committee to accept this with the changes that I'm going to make here, and then submit it to Jesse for their legal and administrative review.
The unarmed guard, we're talking about the
Talk-
unarmed
no,
guard.
Unarmed, the unarmed, yes.
Only unarmed?
Right now, because we're not finished with the armed yet completely.
Well, I have been asked to have the whole thing submitted.
I wasn't sure if Alex wanted to see. Haven't heard either way.
Okay, all right. Well, are y'all good? Can we at least get an agreement from everybody that this is what we're gonna do for the unarmed?
I'll make a motion to approve that.
Well,
I'll
okay,
second it.
let me, first, are we to the point now to we're set?
Yes,
All in agreement with this?
yes.
The unarmed,
I'm talking about I thought we just did the armed.
finished with it yet.
We are, we just need to make sure we put those other questions in there that we were.
What we had covered this morning, and we're finishing up.
Yeah.
This is something different, that's all.
I mean, I'm just,
Talk about the unarmed.
I'm not even ready to hand this in yet. I'd have to go in and make these
Well,
changes.
I got that.
But-
I'm just saying, yeah.
But the armed, there's more changes that there's still a few things that Jesse and I need to shore up on some of the slides that were mentioned the last time. Those edits that, I gave everybody a list of the edits. All of those have been done except one or two in there. And anywhere it referenced that I would get with Jesse for clarification, he and I still need to do that to get the legal, the way they want it. And pretty much the way legal wants to see it, that's the way it's going to go anyway. So I don't think there'll be any problem with the committee on that.
So we
but-
can have, let me ask then, we're gonna have one more, come back for one more meeting.
I think so.
Okay, well, let's get us a date we
Yeah, probably the later the better, because I need to make sure I've got time to.
How about February the 28th? Everybody look at this?
February? January.
28th.
Yeah, I'm good.
I was giving you time.
I never got a second on my motion.
It died.
I said second as well.
The one for free stuff or? Whose motion?
Okay, what we are voting for?
Yeah, what was that
The next
motion? You're
meeting.
you're
We're
doing
voting
lunch
for the
next time?
meeting. The 28th, January the 28th at 9 o'clock. Provided
At
we
what
can-
time? That's what I thought you said 1.
Oh, no, I thought I said 9. Do y'all need for
1,
us
9,
to
it all
make
sounds the same to
We
me.
can start it at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock?
No, 9 is great.
Oh, okay, I was just letting y'all, in case y'all coming from out of town.
Yeah.
Now Curtis is in that warp time zone up there anyway. He's an hour ahead of us no matter what time he starts. You can plan a trip to East Tennessee and you can leave a month ahead of time, and when you get there you'll be an hour late. Guaranteed.
And you're running to.
First or second, do we have a motion or?
Yeah, do we want to have a motion for that?
Let me get over-
Make a motion to vote on the unarmed.
No, I need a motion for our next meeting.
Make a motion, next meeting be set for January 28th.
Second.
Second.
There you go.
Frankie.
Second?
Frankie did.
seconded.
Okay, we have a motion to accept our next trainer meeting to be January the 28th at 9 o'clock. Motion was made by Curtis Brown, second by Frank Lax. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Now,
Now, I want to make.
okay, so we want them, okay, so now we need a motion to accept the unarmed training format with the corrections that Jeff's gonna make.
Make a
Already made-
motion
I already
to
made that
accept the unarmed with removal of the nuclear security officer.
I second that.
Who second?
Frank Gaddis.
Your motion died for lack of a second, Frank.
Wouldn't be the first. The last. Won't be the last either.
Frank,
All
you
right,
have
is
a
that
hard time,
good?
don't you?
That end of it? Is there any other
Well,
business?
we got to
Okay.
vote.
Oh, sorry, I forgot all about that.
I think Cody's ready to go.
Yeah, she's ready to go.
We have
Just a guess.
we have a motion on the floor to accept the unarmed training with the changes that are going to be made. The motion was made by Angel, but second by Frankie. All in
Gaddis.
favor?
Frank Gaddis.
Frank Gaddis.
Oh, Gaddis. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Now what we gonna do?
Motion to adjourn.
All right, we have a motion made by Frank Lax to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Well, I can only do one.
Just pick one. I think they all.
Okay, so I have a motion to adjourn and I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The meeting. Shut up. What time is it?
Take that from the record.
Meeting is adjourned at 2:58.
Y'all have a Merry Christmas.
And you too, Frank.
Thank everybody for coming. Appreciate it.
Do what?
Yeah, we probably did.
Parliamentary procedure rules.
Yeah, a few. All right. Well, luckily, we had a lot done today. Do what?